see you here on this snowy morning. This is the January 11th second budget session, and we'll do introductions and get going immediately. I really appreciate all the library board members, the Bennington Free Library board members that are here before their strategic planning meeting at 9 a.m. That's really serious commitment. So my name is Jeannie Jenkins, and I have the pleasure of chairing this board. I'll ask other board members to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Nancy White.
Good morning, I'm Ed Woods.
Good morning, I'm Tom Haley.
Good morning, everyone. Clark Adams.
Hi, I'm Jean Connor.
Wonderful. And also with us here today, among other people, are the town manager, Stu Hurd, Nancy Lively, taking excellent minutes, and Josh Boucher, who is filming us for Cat TV. Josh, is this live or no? It is not live, okay, but you can see it later. All right, so with that, what we're doing today, the work session is focusing on agencies and organizations that are requesting funding, and so we will begin with that, and the Bennington Free Library is up first. So Wendy, if you would introduce yourself and, share what you would like to share. Thank you. And I'm going to note that Jean Connor is a new employee of the Bennington Free Library, and so she is recusing herself and sitting in the audience.
Good morning. I'm Wendy Sharkey. I'm the director of the Bennington Free Library. And I'm going to put in a request this year for $530,893, which is level from the last request we made. We've had a few rather large increases over the past year. Our insurance, for example, went up 30%. It would have gone up 40%, but we changed carrier to get that extra 10% saving, which was a godsend. The cost of books have gone up over the past couple of years, 10% over the past 2 years. And we're a library. We don't have much choice. We have to buy a few books now and then. We did manage to find some savings in amongst everything else, and have decided to put up our fundraising efforts for this year as well, which is how we got to level funding. We have had a rather fantastic year this last year. We increased our foot traffic into the building by 10%. We increased our patrons by another 10%, and of those 10%, almost half of them signed up online, which meant that they didn't even have to come into the library in order to sign up. We find that electronic collections are getting more and more popular. They had a 14% increase this year, and so we're looking further to see what else people would like. In the way of streaming, audio books, e-books, and things like that. As you just heard from Jeannie, we are doing a strategic plan at the moment, the board is, and obviously we'll have input from any citizen at all that wants some input. Tell us what you want, and we'll see if we can actually arrange it. Now's the time, while the plan is being actually formulated. So in the handout I gave you, there's some pretty basic stuff. There are a few extra copies around here for anybody in the audience who'd like a copy. Our collection size is 55,000 volumes. We are a member of a 25 library consortium, which means that our collection that our patrons have to select from is even larger than just those 55,000 volumes in the library. We are also part of a courier system, which means that the transfer of books between libraries is a lot cheaper than actually sending them by the postal system. We continue to provide computing services for the public. It is still popular. There are still people out here without access to computers, and more business is happening online, and so we have people coming into the library to do that. Last year we had 61,000 Wi-Fi transactions happen on our internet. So it was a marvellous thing to see. We also managed to get a complete new internet system last year. The whole system was replaced. We have a different carrier now. The equipment that we were using before was 12, 15 years old. So now we have a brand new system, and that was thanks to a grant that we managed to receive. We have been trying to do more and more collaborative programming with people. We actually held a great fundraiser with the North Bennington Library, the Bennington Theatre, and the bookshop. We put on a play called Murder by the Book. It was a great day's entertainment if you actually got to see it. If you didn't, you missed out on a great opportunity. Come to our next fundraiser. We have also done programming with the Bennington County Solid Waste Alliance. We put on Fix It Fun, where patrons can bring in, well, not patrons, any member of the community can bring in items that are broken to get fixed. If they can't be fixed, then they can be told how it can be safely disposed of. But during those sessions, we repaired clocks, we repaired mixers, we repaired lamps, we repaired items of clothing, and all these things wouldn't have to go into the landfill. So it's great. It was free to everybody who wanted to come. We have also continued to do our wonderful program, children's programming. We had, after having restored the Bradford Garden, the courtyard at the back of the library, we were able to do more programming out there, especially after we put in 2 raised beds. We did the summer reading programme. The opening was Author Day and his drumming circle. Hope we didn't disturb too many of the neighbours, but the whole courtyard was full of kids with drums and pounding away. It was great. And we also finished up the summer reading programme in the courtyard as well with the Bubble Palooza, which was bubbles everywhere, as you can imagine. The raised beds were a huge success for programming as well. The kids were there growing things. The 2-year-olds tottering around with watering cans, splashing water over everything. It was great. And it got to the point where they'd come for a story time and we'd say, "Oh, great to see you. Would you like to take a cucumber home with you?" We had a rather a surplus of cucumbers. Next year we're hoping to actually increase the programming for the raised beds to include adults as well. The beds went in a little bit late this year to do that, but next year we'll have a better run at it. We were very lucky this last year. In September, we managed to secure a 1.5 million reimbursement Treasury grant to address the air quality of the library. And that includes things like insulation, some replacement windows, a heat pump, and some replacement doors. Once the work has been done, then we are envisaging even more savings. The building's going to be much more energy efficient once we've actually actually done all the work. But obviously, in the meantime, it's a reimbursement grant, so we have to put out the money before we can get it back. So that's one of our main focuses for this next year, is getting that work done. And finally, like I say, we are in the middle of doing the strategic plan, and we're just looking for input from all and everybody. Have you any questions?
Any questions from the board? I do want to say welcome to you, Wendy, in your new role as director. This is wonderful. There's a lot of great energy, and it's, I think the library has always been active, and I think this board has been really happy to see that more publicized. I think it brings in even more people, and it just, I think, reinforces what an incredible treasure the library is for this community. I wanted to just say that looking at the support, one of the areas where we've always talked about in budget meetings is how you're doing in terms of getting grants and gifts. And it looks to me like you guys are you're quite healthy.
We are doing quite well in that area. Even for the strategic plan, I managed to secure a grant to help pay for a consultant to do the strategic plan. And so we are actively going after grants, and we seem to be fairly lucky at the moment.
Great. That's wonderful. Right. Any other questions from the board? I will ask the public if they have any questions, if we don't. Anyone in the public? Anything to add or to ask? This is your moment.
Yes.
Or to share in terms of strategic planning. Is there anything you can tell us about how you're going about the strategic plan?
Well, we have a consultant that we're working with, and so far they have, the staff got together and did a SWOT analysis. Today is the board's retreat to discuss not only the SWOT analysis, but to try and move forward and find specific pillars that we can actually look at working towards. But like I say, at any point, any input is gratefully accepted. No suggestion too wild, no suggestion too small. The idea is to try and encourage more people to come into the library. We do have a dearth of teenagers and young and new adults in the library. They're very infrequently seen in the library, and we would love there to be a full cross-section of people in the library.
That's great. What is the timeline on strategic planning?
We hope to have the strategic plan done by the middle of the year.
Okay. Great. All right. That gives us all our marching orders, right?
That's right.
Anything else before we thank Wendy? Well, yes, go ahead.
What's the SWOT analysis?
Strength, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. It basically looks at what's good about an organisation, what's bad about an organisation. It looks internally and externally at what's there. And it gives you something to base your springboard off of.
Thanks for that clarification. Great. All right. Well, with that, we will thank you and wish you a happy strategic plan session. Thank you. All right. So we've given ourselves a lot of time between meetings, which is good, or between organizations. Is everyone here from the McCullough Library? Yeah. Okay. So then I think let's move on to the McCullough Library.
So one is probably in your packet. The other has a great infographic on the back about what's been happening in the library. Little more yet. This is also our annual Heal Better on the front. So you can see sort of how we're talking about what's been happening. All right, can you all hear me? Is this pretty good? Should that, okay. All right, good morning. I'm Jenny Rozicki. I'm the director at the John G. McCullough Free Library, and this is, do you want to introduce yourself, Shelley?
You're doing great.
This is Shelley Wheeler. She's the library's new treasurer. Came on this summer after Mary Rogers stepped down. Thank you. All right, so it has been an exciting year at the library, and we are requesting a $2,000 increase over our request from last year, which would be $50,000 total in our request from the town of Bennington. I'd like to point out that our annual fundraising goal is also $50,000, which we've increased to match municipal funding requests in the year ahead. So we are doing our part. Yeah, it's been an exciting year. I keep waiting for us to plateau in terms of use of the collection, door traffic, new memberships, program offerings, and attendance, but it is not happening. People are coming to the library, to the McCullough Library, and exploring what we have to offer and hanging out. I'd like to definitely highlight the fact that residents in the town of Bennington, North Bennington, and Shaftesbury all can get free McCullough Library memberships. If you don't yet have and enjoy a membership, come see me here or whenever the library is open, we'll get you set up. For me, I think one of the highlights this year was we brought on Zenio. It's a collection of over 5,000 different magazines that are full color, full text, really gorgeous. And McCullough Library members have unlimited access to all of those magazines and their back issues. And it's a lot of the biggies. So I think that's accounted for some of our collection use increases in the past year. Another highlight would be the $20,000 Libraries Transform Communities grant that we received. And we are using that for more accessible shelving. So fewer shelves, lower with farther, wider aisles so people can get down in the aisles and actually see the books and reach them. And better lighting in a few of our darker corners. So let's see, what else has happened? Again, as Wendy pointed out, we did do a fundraiser collaborating with the downtown library to bring a really great afternoon of theater and fun and support for the libraries. And looking ahead, as always, we're on the lookout for grants to meet expenses or different purchasing options that will help reduce costs. It's something I'm constantly scanning for. So if there's a deal to be had, I'll go for it. And let's see. But that said, the cost for goods and services it's always increasing. So we also had a very successful fundraiser gala this past year with Mary Ruffel, former Vermont Poet Laureate, as our guest speaker, and it was a really nice night. And we're planning another one and a bigger one this coming May. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Sure, absolutely.
I just want to say, I'm a new resident. I've only been here 11 years. But I was drawn to the idea of community of North Bennington because I hadn't really ventured too far from my own West End. But I just can't, I'm overcome by the amount of hours and commitment and time on the Board of Trustees supporting this. I have an MBA and I'm doing the QuickBooks, and that value in itself is probably $30,000 a year that, I feel like I'm contributing. And I just think we all have to pull together in this community. So I hope you'll approve us. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Yes.
You mentioned in your report that the elevator fundraising or the elevator is taking a little bit longer. Where are you in that process?
So we applied for the same grant that was awarded to the downtown library, to the Bennington Free Library. And it was not accepted, but undaunted, we're going to keep going. We're going to find this money somehow. I have a plan and a contingency plan for how to get that done. And our rough estimate that building expansion will cost about $1.8 million total. So it's a bit of a challenge, but I'm feeling feisty and up for it. So it'll happen. But yeah, if you know of funding sources that could help with this, please, I am all ears.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Tom.
First, I'd like to say that my family moved to North Bennington when I was in 5th grade, and I spent a lot of time at the McCullough Library, so I have a lot of really nice memories of the place. I'm looking here. Do you guys track where your visitors come from in terms of Bennington, North Bennington, Shasberry?
So I don't track where visitors come from. So anybody can come to our programs. Like this morning, we have our puzzle exchange. That's every month. And our weekly story time. So we don't track where people come, reside. But any way I've sliced it, I've watched this for about 9 years now. It's about thirds for our total number of members. So a third live in Bennington, a third live in North Bennington, and a third live in Shaftesbury. It's roughly about, and some folks and friends across state borders as well, just because we're so close to New York and Mass. But that means a high percentage of North Bennington residents who also pay Bennington taxes live, that's a higher percentage of North Benningtonians versus a percentage of Bennington residents. But it's still about thirds. I've tried to dice it a number of different ways. But does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
I'm looking here and at the revenues you're requesting from the various municipalities, and you're asking $50,000 from the town of Bennington, which is up $2,000, Village of North Bennington, which is up $1,000, and Shasberry, which is up $800. How did you arrive at those? Why are we at $2,000 versus $800 for Shasberry?
Okay, so let's see. This is always a careful sort of deliberation through here. And we look at like percentage increases and keeping it roughly percentage-wise similar. And I think the fact, especially for North Bennington, because they do pay North Bennington and Bennington taxes, trying to keep that as fair as we can. And yeah, I guess that's the calculation that goes into that. What is likely to get approved and what is fair. It's kind of a...
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up about the budget?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this is the second year that you've asked for an increase, and I'm looking at the at your annual review and budget, and it looks like it was 42.5 in 2023, and then 48 in 24, and now you're asking for 50 in 25. Is that accurate?
One thing that is on the,
You're going to have to speak up.
included in all these numbers, everything is on a cash basis, so it doesn't necessarily, the money doesn't necessarily come in the year for which it was pledged.
No, but I'm thinking, but you asked for an increase last year. Was it 3,500? Is that the right math? Okay, it's early in the morning. Did it go from 42.5 to 48?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
so
that was
that is the, so there was a big increase last year because you hadn't asked for money for several years, or,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Am I remembering this?
You are.
You are.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, and then you're asking for another increase this year. Okay. Okay,
Yes.
all right. And the, all right. I'm just, is there anything else you can tell us about why, after such a big jump last year, you're coming back again this year?
So, yep, the costs of goods and services have gone up. We're just trying to keep up with,
Okay.
everything from insurance, health insurance, everything has gone up.
Okay, all right. Other questions from the Select Board?
But if I could
Yeah.
append something on there, we are increasing our responsibility for fundraising to match our increased requests as well. So, trying to do what we can
Yeah.
to meet those needs.
And that is appreciated, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
This is a question regarding health insurance that you mentioned and we're all talking about right across the board. And this is my own ignorance. You're buying collectively, I hope, and you're a part of a larger group that is buying health insurance for your employees?
Oh, okay, so let me, so the way that libraries are organized in Vermont is different from the way they're organized in many other locations, just about most of the other states, basically. We are an independent nonprofit, so we have purchased health insurance for qualified employees through our insurance broker. So we do offer that. I haven't seen collaborative purchasing for these items for libraries. That said, we do participate in the VEMR's program, which is, Vermont municipal employees, we are eligible for that.
There's no health insurance advantage there?
None. So we're an incorporated library, not a municipal library, which means we're an independent 501c3. And I have not seen a collaborative health insurance purchasing option for Vermont libraries or for independent nonprofits like this one. That is a
There's an
really good-
opportunity.
I'm seeing an opportunity.
There is
yeah.
there. Unless there's something I don't know about, but let me look into that for sure.
I'd be
That's a good
curious.
point, thank you.
It's sticking out to everyone in the last few years,
Yeah.
obviously, and I'm concerned that an organization the size of yours is sort of being hung out to dry on its own. Do your employees contribute to their health plan?
Yes. The exact percentage, I couldn't tell you, but yes,
Okay.
they do.
Okay. I'm just curious to know level of commitment from employees, and that's, yeah. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Any other questions from Select Board members? No? How about from the public? Anyone in the public have either a comment or a question? The McCullough Library? Okay, please come up. If you want, you can come to the podium. We've just learned that COVID is now moving back into our community with a vengeance, so we were trying to move the chairs apart, but...
This is a very quick comment. I'm Chris Costello. I live in Old Bennington, but I'm an active board member of the McCullough Library, and I've been impressed by how such a small library could do so much good. We have a very large circulation for our size and a very wide reach within our community. So I hope you'll take that into consideration in your budget judgments.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else? All right. Well, then, I guess we will thank you.
Thank you all for your time
Thank you
this
very
morning.
much.
All right, and we are zooming through this agenda. Let's see. All right, so I do see, Bill, I see you there. Is everyone that's coming for the rescue squad here? Okay. All right. Thank you for being early. This is a unique opportunity for the select board. Okay, good. All right, so next up is the Bennington Rescue Squad, and you guys will introduce yourself.
Bill Camarda, Executive Director.
Steve Simmons, Treasurer.
Greg Nesbitt, Vice Chair.
Hi, everybody. Bennington Rescue Squad, in the last year, it was not a record-breaking year, except in the fact that calls in Bennington have continued to increase. Over the whole year, we answered 5,371 calls. Of those, 765 were medical transfers from the hospital, for example, or from the local nursing homes to the hospital. 228 were in Shaftesbury. 129 were mutual aid calls. 46 were in Woodford, and then 4,154 were in the town of Bennington. Our non-transport rate remains pretty steady at about 20% of all of the calls that we answer for 911 emergencies. And in the last 8 years since we received funding from the town of Bennington, the call volumes actually increased 22% when we look at it over the course of that trend over time. So it used to be about 3,000 calls. Now we're 3,600 calls. Now we're about 4,200 calls a year. And that was steady the last 2 years. So last year and this year had the similar number of calls. So we didn't see too large of an increase in call volume this year in the town of Bennington. Over the same period of time, though, like calls in Shaftesbury went down 8%, calls in Woodford went down 12%, our mutual aid requests that we're able to answer went down 34%, and the number of transfers we've been able to do has gone down 62% because we have to answer more 911 calls in the town of Bennington versus other towns. So that has affected our responsibility for some of those other areas that we usually would cover or assist in. Some of the good things that have happened over the last year is that we received our 6th Mission Lifeline Award for heart attack and stroke care. So 6 out of the last 9 years, minus the COVID years, we've received that award. We're one of the few organizations in Vermont that's ever received that award, and we were the first that received that award back in 2017. Fundraising so far this year, we're about $27,000 to date, which is about average for our initial push for funding from independent donations. That campaign continues, so you can donate online, you can donate by mail. We take bequests and planned giving as well for folks that are interested. We also launched the Meet the Helpers program that's going to actually be kicking off in just a few minutes, where children, especially children that have sensory issues, can come and meet first responders in a more calm environment and get that relationship going so that it's not as intimidating or scary when an emergency happens and they happen to then see a first responder. They know that there's somebody that's there to help, and that's open to children of all ages, but we especially are aiming for that demographic. So that happens every second Saturday from 9 to 11 a.m. At the Rescue Squad. Happens around the back in the newer section of our bays, so they can come see ambulance and our sim ambulance and everything, and their sensory toys and everything to go along with that as well. And our Lieutenant Rebecca Borowski has put that program together, which has been a big success so far. We, of course, have been doing tons of CPR and first aid education as well. Trained over 125 individuals in the last year. We're about to kick off in this next fiscal year coming off a revision of our 5-year strategic plan to see what the future of Bennington Rescue looks like and how we can adapt to this ever-changing environment of healthcare and healthcare reimbursement. We did receive a second and third year of our SAMHSA grant, which is towards EMS education, equipment. That's not reflected in the appropriation. We didn't have that finalized with an approval by time that appropriation request went out. That is roughly about $180,000 to $200,000 for the next two this current fiscal year and the following one, towards EMS education and some equipment. But mainly, again, we would love for it to be for wages, but it's only the wages of educators. So the time that our folks spend educating new EMTs and AEMTs is what we can use it on, or for continuing education. We'd love to be able to use it to cover the cost of a paramedic out in the field, but those programs still are not existent at the federal level. We were able to replace all of our monitor defibrillators, and we're doing that on a 6-year financing plan that we were able to secure at 0% financing. So we kind of spread those expenses out instead of a lump sum of a few $100,000. We're able to spread that out over the course of the next 6 years, so that we have the current equipment to be able to take care of folks, and we're not paying additional preventative maintenance costs that pile up quickly with those specialized medical devices, unfortunately. As you've heard so far this morning and last week, we did appreciate an 11% increase in healthcare costs. We did shop around as well to see if there were any plans that were going to be more economical, and it turns out the provider we're with right now, MVP, did provide the best rate out there. Our employees do pay 30% of those costs, so we cover 70% of the premiums, and we had to drop them down a tier as well, just to try and get closer to budget neutrality, which of course is not a great satisfier in terms of recruitment and retention, but it was a move that we kind of felt was necessary in order to cut some more costs. We've eliminated a lot of fleet costs by switching over to the van ambulances. But at the same time, we're planning for the next purchase, and a new van ambulance now costs $163,000 without any equipment in it. So no stretcher loading system, no stretcher, any of those things. If they're not past their useful life, we will do exactly what we did with the current ones and move the equipment from the old ambulance we're replacing into the new one. However, some of those things, because we've already done that, are at or past their useful life, so we're going to have to probably invest in another stretcher and loading system when that time comes to replace that ambulance. And the reason we're talking about it now, even though our fleet is relatively newer, is there's a backlog on emergency vehicles still, especially fire trucks and ambulances, which are built with custom either interiors, or a whole fire truck is absolutely custom most of the time. So the backlog right now is about 3 years still, once you order to the time that you receive one of these units. So we're planning for 2028 at this moment in time, and hoping that that price stays set and that they don't try and increase it over time once it comes to delivery. We also had to draw down $180,000 from our investment reserve last year. We had the ballooning costs, and we didn't have as many of our cost-saving measures in place. So our investment reserve is down to what would be about 3 months of operating coverage, which, as we've told you in the past, we were hoping to keep it at a year's worth of reserve in case of like a Medicare audit, for example. A Medicare audit will shut down your Medicare billing for 9 to 12 months. And that would cause an emergency situation right now if that were to occur, because we are down to about 3 months of operating reserve in our reserve. We also just got our quotes for general liability, inland marine, et cetera, and any of the high-risk occupations or organizations such as EMS, fire, or police are all seeing an increase this year. So we are seeing approximately a 12 to 15% increase in our general liability category of insurances. Right now, we're going to actually appreciate a small decrease in workers' comp because we've avoided Any major injuries over the last year, actually 2 years is straight in a row. So we have seen a decrease in workers' comp, but a major increase in the general liability. They're hoping, or we work with the Richards Group, the trend is that they believe that it's coming to a peak in terms of what they're charging public safety organizations, but they of course can't guarantee that, and that we're still likely to see normal 5% increase year over year going forward in general liability insurance, for example. Because we've been doing more in-state business, our Medicare provider fee, Medicaid increased their funding several years ago, but to do that, they imposed a fee on the providers that are receiving the increased funding. So it's 3.3% of all transports that occur in Vermont to somewhere in Vermont. Because we're doing more Vermont to Vermont business in terms of transporting patients from 911 calls or transfers, we're seeing an 8% increase in that fee this year. So that's going from $48,000 to $52,000 we're paying to the state to pay us slightly elevated Medicaid rates back for ambulance transport. We're coming back with an $18,000 increase, which I know is about 7%. I believe, and I'll let our board members speak to it or answer any questions about it, I believe we're coming to a plateau of we're able to achieve a lot of cost savings, but we're still at a point where we're vulnerable if there was something to occur that requires us to use that reserve and what's left in that reserve. We'd like to, going forward, look at something that's more in line with whatever the current inflation rate is after this current year. But we feel we need a bump in assistance this current year to help make up for some of those losses that we incurred in the last year and stabilize our own financial situation to make sure we're serving the town of Bennington and our other two towns as best as possible. Okay, and sorry, next week we are starting a pilot program with SVMC. I know we've talked in the past a lot about secured service and compensation for service. Ourselves and two other partners are starting to work to have dedicated hours towards transfers and vulnerable hours where the hospital needs transfer assistance the most. So we're going to be sharing those duties, and in exchange for some compensation to cover the costs of the crews during those hours to do that work for the hospital. So we are moving forward on that kind of proposal as well. It's a 6-month trial project, and we're going to see how that goes. Is it economical for both EMS agencies and the hospital? And what does that look like going forward?
Is there anything, how many hours,
I'll give a few details, but it'll be like 8 hours. It's mainly the evening into night hours, so about 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. When a lot of agencies staffing decreases because our 911 call volume decreases, but then transfer volume may increase, but it's not enough where it makes sense, financial sense for EMS agencies to staff. So this is coming together to say, okay, is there a way to make it worth staffing to help patients? And that's the primary goal. This is for transfers going to other hospitals, not per se like local transfers or moving patients back to the nursing home. This is for somebody needs an ambulance paramedic transfer to go to Albany, Dartmouth, Samaritan, et cetera.
Did you say, Bill, that that's happening now or in the very near future?
We are starting that next week, that program.
So it has very little impact on your 26 budget?
No, it does. we'll see, is basically, we're going to see how that goes, but in terms of the 26 budget, no, it will end by July 12th. And if it continues, it may have a positive impact.
Sure.
But we'll have to see how that's going 3 months from now.
Were you able to forecast at all what the revenue would be in fiscal 25 from that program?
It would be, I did, and I forgot to look that number up before I came. It was basically a net of several $1,000s plus. It wasn't super significant, but it also is a shared 6-month trial divided amongst 3 agencies. I think over the course of a year, and if the hours were to expand or change, that may be more of a net positive. I think the main focus is, like usual, we're trying to help patients get where they need to go and it not have a significant financial impact on either EMS or the hospital to the negative. But to get the people where they need to go.
So you're seeing this as additional service, but not really a path toward revenue stability for you?
I see it assisting, and I see it assisting in terms of every net positive helps. The more that we can get net positive, the better we're going to perform as an agency. We're also looking at other pilot programs like community paramedicine to see if there are ways that we can start to work in the community and handle some of these non-emergent requests that come through 911 and try to prevent some of those. But there's no funding stream for that right now. There could be one through Medicaid, but again, the more Medicaid business we do, the more that provider fee goes up as well. So it's a balancing act of, is it going to be worth the squeeze in order to provide that kind of service?
Thank you.
Other questions from the Select Board? Yes, Clark.
I'm sorry I missed our few meetings, but I remember we had a meeting a year or so, you discussed non-transport calls, the impact they had on you financially. Is that balanced or eased up, or is it still a significant issue?
It is still a significant issue. We've seen we've seen an increase by billing. It was about $14,000 so far we've seen in this fiscal year that we've been able to bring in for folks that are calling, especially on a frequent basis, and not consenting to transport. It has helped. Medicaid is also starting to cover those transports now, as non-transports as well, but it's a very low fee compared to a transport bill. And that's part of the issue, is that they're not covering it the same as if we transported, which would be what you would think, because the transport is the base fee of providing the service, and then there's an additional mileage charge. So that really should be the incentive for transport, but they say, oh, well, we're going to give you half of what we would give you if you transported as the base fee and no mileage. So it's still helpful, but it's still a net loss because the response still costs the same whether we transport or not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to ask about 2 things. One, I think you had a conversation with, I think, Stu, Ed, and me earlier this year, and some of your board, about looking at ways to increase regionalization of Rescue Squad. And, I think the comment that we've made every year is that you're a highly professional organization. We value you, and you are imperative. It is imperative for this community to make sure you are whole, right? And at the same time, we only hear from you once a year at budget time. Yes. When you share with us, it's really dire, and we understand that we're all in this together, but you're at the front end of getting all this bad news after bad news in terms of costs. So we had talked a bit about utilizing the Regional Commission, perhaps, to help start those conversations about how we work together, particularly since you are the largest rescue squad in the area. Is there any forward movement on that, or is there another plan for, I guess the short question is, how do you become whole? What is the strategic plan here?
The strategic plan would be regionalization makes the most economical option for everybody within the Bennington County area, is to have more of a regional approach to EMS. The issue is that we have 6 different transporting agencies to try and bring together. So if somebody like the Regional Commission was going to take a lead role in it, that would be great. I'm not sure who would kick that conversation off.
I think it was left in your court, I'm just saying. But anyway.
As a non-municipal entity, it's a little, I would think that kind of push came from the towns that are looking to perhaps find either savings or more equity in how EMS is funded. And at the end of the day, in terms of control of agencies, everybody that serves Bennington County receives some kind of municipal either appropriation or budget line item. So I think that would be a more effective strategy if the municipalities were to come together and say, we'd really like to have a regional approach to EMS involving the EMS entities that already exist, rather than Bennington Rescue saying, we think everybody should regionalize. That just sounds like we're trying to take everyone over.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point.
We're the largest entity out there within the community. We can be imposing on others just from the psychological standpoint, is my own perspective. And I think that a more holistic approach of saying everybody in the community is interested in this approach. We have ambulances and staff throughout the county basically on standby. Is there a more efficient way to use those resources, either as a shared program or as a consolidation, whatever it may be? I think there needs to be a pretty significant study on how that would work best for all of our communities.
If I could just interject here and suggest that because you're embarking on your 5-year strategic, did you say 5-year strategic plan?
Yes.
I think that we need to make that connection now.
Well, and I'm thinking, Clark is the liaison to the
Yep.
select board, and I guess until the end of March. But it feels to me like there's urgency. If
Yeah.
you have 3 months of reserve, which is
That's
down
startling.
significantly
Yeah.
And I know that we have agencies here in the county with less or none. So that.
Yeah. And
that's
we've
always-
seen
that's a
agencies, we've
concern.
seen squads close.
That's
Yeah.
always a concern on our part, is that whether it's someone in county or even across the border in like New York suddenly decides to fold, that's going to have an impact on a lot of agencies, not just this immediate area. You're going to see this vacuum where people are either going to have no service or it's going to be taxing on the services that surround them.
Yeah, it feels like we've had this conversation long enough that we should actually act. So I'm just wondering if
Absolutely.
from a select board perspective, we want this to move forward, and however that needs to happen.
I think we
Let's
have
do
to.
it.
I think we have to make the connection now. Ask for BCRC representation to sit on your strategic planning committee.
Absolutely. And I'd love to see some kind of movement forward on, even if it is just bringing the EMS agencies and the municipality administrations together to have a conversation about what EMS looks like regionally, and what are some easy ways to start working together. We've tried to push that conversation, and it's difficult.
I think that getting the word out that there is a 3-month reserve for the largest rescue organization in the county is a alarming, and that would be enough to stop folks in their tracks and pay attention to this. And Bill, I'm not I shouldn't say that I'm not. I am surprised that it's as dire as it is. You and I have worked together before. I'm surprised that there isn't more whistle blowing, shouting from the rooftops, yelling and screaming. And I'm not saying that you should be the only guy standing out there, on the roof, but this is serious. And I think that if Bennington residents are listening, or when they have the opportunity to listen and they understand what is at risk here, I think that more people will agree with us that it's time to look at the bigger picture. And I understand that from your perspective, you setting the tone may not be comfortable for you, but you're the one that's presenting to the town, right? That funds a significant portion of your operation. I'm alarmed, more than I can say.
Which leads me to my second question, which was, you probably heard, the police department shared some similar concerns about call volume to what you've shared today. Of course, now I can't find your call volume, but but it sounds like we're struggling. The police department is struggling on the front end to receive all the 911 calls for the county, and then you're struggling on the action end of responding to all these calls. And it is, and it feels like the town is sort of, the cream in the middle of the Oreo, trying to figure out, like, you both have really significant needs.
Yes.
And I would be interested in your thoughts. I know there's been an $18,000 flat payment, is that right? For dispatch services. What your thoughts are? One possibility is that amount goes up each year to help the police department because they're understaffed or not adequately staffed to handle this level of calls. But it also feels like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, because
Correct.
If you're paying $22,000 a year or 36, whatever it is,
ask for an additional $4,000 next year.
then what is what the heck are we doing here? So what's your thought?
So after, watching the recording last week and seeing that article in the banner, of course I did a quick data dive. In 2017, 60% of all of our calls were in the town of Bennington, of our total call volume. Now it's 78%. So we're paying roughly $15 per dispatch for all of the other calls that occur, transfers or mutual aid, pretty much, or to Shaftesbury or Woodford. So at least from my perspective as an independent, not-for-profit agency, maybe the transfers are something that would be something that you would charge us for service, which I think the $18,000 is a reasonable fee for transfers that also have declined over the same course of time, 62%. But if you're looking to raise funds for dispatch, from my personal perspective, it's the responsibility of the other towns that require 911 dispatching to cover those costs for the town of Bennington, not the agency that's answering the call. If, for example, Pownell relies on Bennington for all dispatching, make sure that they're covering the costs of the additional dispatching that the town of Pownell requires for fire and EMS service, or the town of Shaftesbury or Woodford. You have an independent fire district that's dispatched by Bennington Police as well that raises tax money. Are they contributing to dispatch services? Those would be my questions back as a taxpayer and as the executive director at Bennington Rescue.
Is there anything you can add to that idea?
Well, I know that Pownell Rescue does pay for dispatch services. I'm not certain of all of the other agencies that we bill, but we do dispatch for a lot of agencies, and I'd have to check with Paul to find out exactly what those costs are.
I'd recommend looking at those call numbers and see if they're in excess or equal to our fee, and is the amount of calls that are non-Bennington that we're being dispatched on by Communications Center, and see if there's an equitable way to address that.
Yeah, I think the way the way the chief divided it out was there were close to 14,000 calls to the communication, and then 5,500 to rescue. So
Yep,
it was like 19,000 calls.
Over 4,200 of those were in Bennington. So you're talking about 1,000 calls and change, which
Yeah.
again, divided by that $18,000 is about $15 a dispatch for a few
Yeah, I think
minutes.
it's sort of apples and oranges, though, because on their end, they're talking about just the sheer volume
Well, but I
of
understand.
19,000 calls coming in.
We
Yeah.
appreciate the Communications Center's help. But I think it's contrary to say that the nonprofit answering the 911 call should be paying to be dispatched to the 911 call to serve the town.
Yeah.
In all fairness, the chief did not suggest making that kind of change.
No, I'm just saying that if the fee is going to increase, it is going to affect the way that we request funds. It's going to affect the way that we answer calls. It's going to say, okay, what are other options that may not be as safe for either our crews or for the town? And those are, I think it needs to be a very careful conversation of how to address the dispatch issue. And this is not going to get any better as state police is trying to get out of the dispatch service. This is going to get worse as other towns are going to come to Bennington as an existing communication center to help with their dispatching services. So I think it needs to be addressed on a municipality basis if I was in your seat, but I'm not, so.
Okay, that's helpful. It wouldn't be great if there was just more money.
I know, I think it's fair to say, I think it's fair to say that there was pressure from not just your organization about the same topic, which means that it's time to look at reduction in expense from efficiencies and increased revenue streams, as I know you are, but I'm interested in making that happen this year.
It may be worth combining the conversations with EMS and dispatch, if you're talking about a regional approach, and how do towns equitably fund those kinds of things.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, although I think they're both two very tricky issues. Yeah, yeah. But, okay, so it's just helpful to hear your perspective, because it does feel like these are serious issues for you and for the police department.
Yep, and we appreciate and we love working with the police department, being able to train them all as first responders, and we've been able to secure them and loan them for AEDs so that they're there first, since they're always on the road for cardiac arrest, to be able to deploy AED before we get there to shock somebody if it's indicated. We don't want to sour that relationship at all. We really appreciate the bilateral kind of support that we have there from the police department. We work with them every day, all day.
We got the sense that that was mutual.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think there's any souring here. I think it is just trying to figure out what the heck we do.
Yes, and if, again, money wasn't an issue, there'd be no problem. Well, most of the problems in this world would go away, but it isn't.
Lovely. Yeah.
I have a couple more questions,
Yeah,
if
okay.
I could.
Does anyone else have questions? Okay.
I had written down something along those lines. Are there analyst consultants out there that specialize in EMS budgeting you could take advantage of? And I think BCRC is is a great idea.
I will also say that the state of Vermont is doing a statewide study of the EMS system to make recommendations, which I'm certain will involve budgeting as well. They're asking each EMS agency to submit their, expenses, revenue, call volume, et cetera, as part of a larger EMS system evaluation across the state. But those reports tend to come out and say local option and regionalization is something that needs to occur at the municipal level. We all know how those why statewide reports go. But I do believe that, yes, and we do use those services wherever possible. We're a member of the American Ambulance Association, and we retain one of the national law firms that do EMS support and business to review most of what we do in terms of large decision making.
Yeah, I mean, Bennington can't be alone.
No.
In having these issues. It's got to be nationwide. The other thing, on a much lighter note, what's the energy efficiency of the building? Is there any savings there, or is it pretty tight?
It's pretty tight. We are, we're waiting for a final report, but we did have Efficiency Vermont come out to do a quick evaluation and give some recommendations, probably mostly around HVAC that we can change. The system is a hodgepodge over the years, way before I was here, of the expansion of the building. So the air conditioning especially is not very efficient, and maybe transitioning our central system to some mini splits for certain parts of the building and heat pumps would give us some savings with an initial capital cost, of course.
Right, and there's hopefully some financial assistance attached to that through
There's some, but every year it kind of declines a little bit for those heat pumps, but it's something we definitely can look into further in this next fiscal year coming up.
And I'm well aware it's not going to fix everything, but every little bit helps, as you said.
Every little bit does help, and they aren't super expensive units. They're just, we'd need a bunch of them initially.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else before I go back to Ed? No, okay.
So something that Jean just asked you about in regard to municipal professional organization membership, did the guidance that you're getting from whatever member organization you belong to, that guidance suggests that the regionalization conversation starts with this body or with the town itself? Is that what I'm understanding you to take out of that?
So it all depends on, you've seen one EMS system, and it's no different here in Vermont. It's whoever usually has the largest stakeholder in funding that has the most leverage to push that conversation. So sometimes it's, when we're talking about private for-profits, they're looking to go in and take over agencies that are in a weaker financial position. They usually consolidate, make them more efficient, usually to a fault, and drive them into the ground and take them over.
Sure.
In terms of maintaining the level of service and best approach, it's either a collaborative approach amongst the agencies that all decide that this is the best option, or in many times they need to be guided. And who guides the agency that serves a municipality better than the municipalities that maybe decide that we would like to have a more uniform approach to EMS across the entire region. And that way EMS funding can be more uniform across the entire region and not have such wide disparities amongst what each town contributes to their EMS agency. So that's a roundabout way to answer that.
Yeah,
Can I just ask, does that assume that each EMS service in different towns has essentially the same capability in order to Or does it mean that they're all going to need to be brought up to a certain level, or?
It would depend. So those are more operational questions. I think the base of the administrative financial structure helps drive that conversation. Most of the agencies that are transporting in this region now are at least part-time paramedic. So there wouldn't be a huge change for most of them. Ourselves and Pownell are the critical care agencies right now, so we can do the most acute transfers out of the hospital and have the largest scope of practice for our critical care paramedics. But I think bringing others up, those costs are actually kind of small in comparison to like insurance. And having one plan that covers everybody is probably going to be more economical at the end of the day than each agency maintaining their own liability insurance, their own workers' comp insurance. Those are the places you get the savings. The costs pile up, as we've discussed before. There's too much crossover amongst staffing. So things that maybe right now, if I happen to be an employee for XYZ service here in the county, that shift is now over time at that agency once we combine, and my full-time job is at Bennington, but I still have this shift over here at X, Y, and Z service, so that service isn't reduced. You now are paying extra for that kind of staffing without significantly up-staffing, which there's a limited number of people within the region, so it's not a quick thing to put, as we've discussed before as well, to put a lot of people into service to make sure that you're fully staffed.
I'm going to get off that bandwagon now. A couple questions that are just related to budget and that sort of thing. And I know I've asked you these things before, but, and you just mentioned this, insurance. As it relates to health insurance, do you provide health insurance for employees? We do for full-time employees and prorated for part-time employees. And do you buy on your own, or do you buy as a larger group?
We do buy on our own. As the library was saying, there may be an opportunity there here in Vermont to make a nonprofit group, or there may be one existing that we're just not aware of for group purchasing. Yep. This year was 11% increase. We looked at others. Blue Cross Blue Shield would have been, I think, 25% increase over what we would have been paying for this year with the 11% increase at MVP. So we definitely did not move insurers when we evaluated those costs, because 30% does get passed to our employees as well. So we don't want to increase their costs to decrease the amount they're actually making, because that's, again, one of the main drivers of recruitment and retention right now. So it's amazing how we have come to accept an 11% increase as a win. And it's true, we're all doing it. But so congratulations on only 11%. It's awful. Medicaid fees, that is sort of startling too, and I think I understood this, but you just explained it better than I've heard it explained before. For every dollar that you bring in through Medicaid billing, you are paying a portion of it back to Medicaid? For every dollar we bring in providing service within the borders of Vermont, regardless of the payer, is how they calculate that fee. So if we do if we did $10,000 worth of business in Vermont and only $2,000 of that was Medicaid, we're still, the fee is put on the $10,000, not the $2,000. So they say any of the business that occurs within the state of Vermont, it stays within the borders, is part of that fee calculation. So that's how Medicaid began to solve their revenue problem. Yes, correct. So if we can find a way to impose a fee for... Wow. I'm going to stop now, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the select board? Sorry, I feel like we're still killing you, but I think it's also that it's dire and it's important, and I'm trying to understand it, and truly complicated.
Yeah, I don't like coming here every year to talk about money. I'd like to talk about all the great things our crew does. I would like you to come down in May when we have EMS week and have our celebration. Those are the kinds of things I look forward to, not this. But I do appreciate the back and forth because it brings understanding, even if it is an annual refresher of all the bad things that healthcare and healthcare insurance and laws due to providing an essential service.
So let me ask, is there anyone in the audience who has a question or a comment? You are very welcome to come to the podium and ask your question. Yes, Kelly, please come up.
Kelly Carroll, Bennington. First of all, thank you for everything you do. I'm wondering if you have an actual cost per call versus your net recovery from insurance, maybe bad debt for people who don't pay, and is there a net loss on that? And then I also just really wanted to thank you for everything that you do, and I hope that I didn't see the detailed on the budget thing, so I apologize, but I hope that you include wellness for your associates.
Yes.
Is there anything that you do with, say, UCS for trauma? Because, I mean, you're right on the front lines and taking care of people, so thank you. Those are my questions.
We work very closely with UCS in general. We have a lot of overlap in our clients. And we do. There's lots of traumatic stuff that goes on. So we provide EAP along with acute incident support.
Great. And to Kelly's
to the other part, if you have the packet in front of you, I'm pretty sure it is between $266,000 and $300,000 a year of bad debt. When you compare that to total patient revenue at the top, which should be about $22,700,000, approximately 10% of our so 10% of what we bring in is bad debt in comparison. So if you add those two numbers together, that would be how much we really could make if we didn't have to write off all of that bad debt. That does not even account for contractual allowances. So contractual allowances that we would like to charge the insurance company $500, they say, no, we set our own prices. We're going to pay you $350 every time. So there's that $150 that we believe is the cost of service of providing a response, and they're only going to pay us, roughly 60% of that. So that's an ongoing issue as well. So we advocate every year. We can't negotiate with every insurer, but we negotiate with the largest insurers to try and bring the rates up every year. Usually it's a 3-year contract, so we have that in effect with MVP, most of the Blue Crosses, because you can't just do one Blue Cross, you've got to negotiate with all of them. So we do New York and Vermont and Massachusetts usually. Yeah, so in reality, I would have to go back and check our figures, but just knowing our costs, it would probably be about $425 per response, and the compensation is somewhere around $400 per response, and that's the gap that we try to fill with donations, municipal appropriations, grants, et cetera, every year.
Okay, that's helpful.
That's just an estimate. I could give you an exact number, probably about 10, 15 minutes.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, yes, please, Shirley.
Shirley Adams, Bennington. I think we just touched on another reason why regionalization would be great. If all the EMS services within the county of Bennington negotiated with the Blue Cross, the Aetna, it'd give you more negotiating power. Just a thought.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, so it sounds like this select board is committing to working with the regional commission and you, Bill, as a first contact to getting some kind of joint meeting off the ground.
And I think there's momentum. So some of it's out of state, but we're working with other agencies now, and we're working on things like this transfer plan. It's a natural progression, and I think with a push from a regional entity, that may be fruitful. I can't guarantee anything. I don't control anybody else, but I can darn well advocate for it and push for it.
Right.
I have a couple of comments at the very end here, and I did this strategically because I want you to remember the positive first. I did attend your employee recognition event in May, and I just want to point out to the public that this is an organization that is cohesive. It is tightly knit. It is reliant on each other. It has a tremendous amount of respect for itself and the organization as a whole, and coworkers are strong, well bonded. I would encourage the public to pay attention to that. And Bill did not mention this enough, but the very easy giving program. I signed up early when the program went online, and I give automatically a small amount of money on a regular basis. It's tax deductible, and when I get that email confirmation that my credit card was just hit, it just feels really good. So I would encourage the public to do that.
Any amount helps.
Any amount.
If you go to our website with the Donate Now button, you have an option of either one-time or recurring, whether it's $5 or it's $50. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, it really does.
Greg reminded me real quick that we are also very excited to have the situation table kick off in 2 weeks, which is the multidisciplinary approach to individuals that are at acute elevated risk within the community. Most of these folks, there is significant overlap between public safety use and their own personal or community risk. So we're trying to target, in a way, resources that we don't control, like our social services, mental health services, et cetera, towards those individuals to connect them with services to help kind of reduce that non-emergency call use in a different way, hopefully by improving their own lives and their own health, which is something we can't do for them as EMS necessarily.
That's great, and I think we have the police department scheduled for the second meeting. I don't even know what month we're in anymore. Some meeting, maybe early February. 2 meetings from now, right? No, maybe the second meeting in January. Yeah, I think so. Sorry, we've been in non-stop meetings. To come and talk about that. So we'll reach out to you too, because it may be appropriate for you to be there for that part of it.
Yes, we already have a number of cases to present before the situation.
And I know you get to spend a lot of time with the police department anyway. All right, any other final comments for the rescue squad before we let them go on with their day?
Clark.
Oh, yes.
Hi. One of the things I've been reading about is, I can't remember the exact term, where there's a move afoot to bring commercial insurance payments in line with your Medicaid payments. Now, one of my observations is, and Medicaid payments pretty abysmal reimbursements, and this move, how do you, in your negotiations with insurance companies, how do you see this as potential impact on your bottom line? I can't imagine what we're going to even further reduce your payments.
When we negotiate with our commercial providers, we request that they pay in excess of Medicare payments. Right now, starting with this fiscal year at the state level, Medicaid payments I have to look at the exact terminology, but they're roughly equivalent of the previous year's Medicare payments. So in terms of Vermont Medicaid compared to other states' Medicaid, it's not that bad. But then you have to take that into consideration, that provider fee of, okay, maybe we bring in X number of hundreds of thousands of dollars in Medicaid revenue now for Medicaid patients, but we're cutting $52,000 off of that in order to get that to begin with. So it really is still a much lower fee than you would expect. One of the things that is a little promising from the commercial providers is they're starting to see the value in the non-transport. So we've seen from Blue Cross, which was kind of surprising, like single kind of payments when we try to bill for non-transports now. We hope that becomes a trend. We've put it out to the State Ambulance Association here in Vermont, but West Virginia just made it mandatory that the commercial providers also pay for non-transports and alternative destinations. So if, for example, you call with your cold symptoms, and maybe it might be pneumonia, the ER is still not the right place for you. If Express Care is open, that would be the better place to go and transfer care. Right now, Vermont EMS rule does not allow that, but that is, it's not insignificant, but it's not a really heavy kind of lift to change that. And as an agency that likes to be a first, we are always applying for variances and waivers from the state EMS office to attempt to do those things. But again, is the funding there? If the insurers will do it, we will be more than happy to start doing alternative destinations and hopefully non-transport care. So we're going to keep pushing that, especially at the State Ambulance Association level, because that has a little bit of legislative weight, and we work closely with our regional state representatives and senators to try and push that kind of change here within the state.
From what you just described in the alternative transport, my many years of work in the emergency room with everything from chapped lips to needing or desiring a pregnancy test via EMS to the ER, that's kind of stuff that is reimbursed at times, but again, it's, in my opinion, it's not only a waste of resources, but a significant waste of money when they could use this alternative location.
Absolutely. And I mean, I could go on for hours, but some of the things that we see, unfortunately, are twice within the last 6 months or so, we've had somebody call because they needed a meal. They've called 911 because they didn't know where else to reach out to. So 911's become the easy place to call for help, and to a fault sometimes. It's not emergency stuff anymore. It's now the routine stuff, and that's exactly what the ED is seeing as well. So anything we can do to decompress that stream, and it's the most expensive part of healthcare, is emergency medicine and intensive care kind of medicine. So intensive care, you need. Emergency medicine, we've made the access really easy, and there are laws around it saying access must be provided, but it's the most expensive part of the whole system. Sorry.
Well, that was a sobering end. Thank you.
But we're working all the time to fix those problems.
This is really excellent, and I'm glad we have some steps moving forward. Any other questions, comments? All right, then we thank you very much for spending part of your morning with us.
Thank you for a very articulate conversation.
At least you're still on time.
We are on time.
Well, actually, you got us
I know we
caught
got
up.
you. We got you caught up, but
Let's,
it's always a good conversation.
shall we take a 10-minute break? Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good morning, so we welcome Representative Lake Heron.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Schumacher. I'm a board member of Lake Heron for about 2 years. We're filling in for Alyssa, so this is new to us.
And I'm Stuart Aldrich. I've been a board member for maybe 7 or 8 years.
So we're not quite sure how this goes.
Well, if you could give us,
If you could give us a little bit of background. We know you're asking for level funding, which has been level for a long time. If you want to just give us a little bit of information about what you're doing, and, I know that there have been various conversations about folding Lake Perrin into Fund for North Bennington or other scenarios, so it's not a standalone, any stuff around that, whatever you want to share.
Okay, sounds good. I don't know how much I can speak on that, but I do have a little bit. So Perrin Recreation provides outdoor recreation, environmental education, and stewardship for Lake Perrin Creek watershed. We strive to make the lake a place where everyone in the community feels welcome. We want to acknowledge our deepest regret after the drowning of June Cooper this past summer. This tragedy has affected us deeply, and we're working to improve our protocols and programming to earn back the trust of the community.
Okay. Is there anyone on the board who has a question for the representative to Lake Perrin? Okay, Jean?
Sorry, I had to finish chewing.
That's okay.
So I'm really, really struggling with providing any kind of town funding to the summer programs specifically, and obviously you understand why, until I see evidence of major dramatic changes in the policies and procedures on how you run your summer camps. I don't know if there's a way for, I don't want to remove the funding. I just am really struggling with having 1 penny of that be designated or go to the summer camp program.
Yeah.
I don't know how that can happen. I wouldn't be opposed to the organization using your funding to reinvent, fix, however you want to word it, the summer programs. If you're not running your summer programs this coming summer, then I don't have an issue. So that's where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good comment. So first of all, I want to highlight that the funds that we receive from the town are used to support basic operations. For example, they pay lifeguards, which are generally community members from, like youth from Bennington High School. And we have had changes take place. We are under a strategic planning process at the moment. We are engaged to continue to evaluate our programs and procedures and staffing. I'm not quite sure, and I can't give answers of what the summer programming is going to look like. We also have not seen the police report, and we are unable to comment on any of that at the time, but we're making changes. We have made changes so far, and we're working to address other matters as well.
Can you speak to changes or improvements you've made in lifeguard training and the report? I mean, there was a very large article in the Banner this week, so it seems like it's been released. But
from what I have, we haven't seen their police report, so I cannot comment at the time. In terms of changes, we did some lifeguard, over the summertime, we did some lifeguard extra training, additional training than what is required. And then we decided, of course, as you know, just halt all our programming for the summertime. So that was carried on during that time. We're reviewing our camp procedures as well. Having a system where there's a caboose and, having more check-ins at the time. But otherwise, there's not much I can comment on.
That's great, but that's still way too vague for me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I understand.
I'm going to have to agree with Jean on this. I'm still struggling with what happened, and I just don't see the answer. So I think we need to see what's going on more than hear about it. We actually need to see changes in action.
So Are you looking for some kind of report then, or an outline of how we're going to move forward? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, obviously, that would be part of it, that you have to put these things in place, but I would like to see those recommendations put into effect and actually in operation. I'm just very uncomfortable with the idea, oh, we're going to do better. Of course, everybody wants to do better after any sort of tragedy, but I would really like to see what's going on versus just hear that we're going to.
Right. So you're looking for something. Do you want to come out and see the program, or?
Sure. I mean, that would be fine. Everything from increased staffing to significant accountability. It's one of my, from my Army days, the idea of, you always keep track of your people. Nobody gets lost.
Right.
You hear about you lost somebody because you weren't paying attention. And when we're talking about children and water safety, I'm sorry, there's no room in my mind for errors or oversights. We're talking, the most precious commodity in our existence is our children.
Absolutely.
And I'm again, still just very troubled by the loss of that child.
It was awful. It was the worst.
I can't imagine anything worse in my life than something like that.
No, I can't.
But again, in terms of Gene's things, I would like not only changes, but I want to see those changes in effect and actually how they are being instituted.
All right.
And again, the idea of coming out and taking a look, that's not, I'm a retired guy. I got all day to come out and look. If it saves one child's life in this community, it's worth any day of the week for me.
Jane and then Ed.
This is just food for thought, but when this tragedy happened here, I was telling my sister about it, and her grandchildren were in a similar program in northern Vermont on a small lake. Her grandchildren, and they were 4 and 6 at the time, were not allowed near the water, even if they weren't going swimming, without a life jacket on. They were very annoyed by that. They said, we're not going swimming. They said, that's just tough. You still have to wear a life jacket. So that's just an idea and something to think about. Erring on the side of caution is paramount, and it's the way it should always be done when you're dealing with children and water.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Ed?
I think just to follow up, you mentioned this a second ago. I think you asked Clark if he was suggesting some sort of report, but you have said that you haven't seen the police report. I would be interested in a report that shows what happened, what weaknesses were defined, and what strengths are being put against those for mitigation going forward. And then part 2 of that, as you invited Clark, I appreciate that, for us to see that. But it's, I guess I don't mind saying it's sort of surprising to us that you're not able yet to talk about mitigation specifically when we're headed into a new fiscal year. And so this is the time of year where everybody is going to grill you about what your operation will look like for the period going forward. It's a pretty big concern. So I think, and I only speak for myself, I think that what would help me understand is if you had seen the police report and if you were able to respond to it in a plan to address what was covered in the police report.
I would like to add, so I'm on the 21st Century Advisory Board for the SVSU, and safety came up, as you would expect, because through 21st Century funding, there are summer programs through the YMCA, and the YMCA is a great resource, I think, for you. There was a lot of discussion about making sure that the YMCA trained all the sites where SVSU summer programming happens, which is in all the schools, so that so that there are common protocols, everything from how to keep kids safe to when there is an emergency? What's the chain? Who gets called? How do you call? How do you talk to kids? Just, everything. And it does feel like that training, it's time now for that training to be put in place so that you are ready for a summer and people can feel that that their children are going to be safe. So I would encourage you to reach out to the YMCA. They are already doing this through, for other programs in town, and that could be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the steps, there have been steps that have taken place. I'm not sure if Stuart and I are necessarily privy to all that, but I know there have been steps taking place, and we're continuing to work through that. So I'm not sure if they've reached out to the YMCA just yet, okay. But I know we're working on it.
Perfect. Thank you. Other comments, questions? Nancy?
I think everybody's looking for minimum age requirements for teens you're going to hire, staffing ratios, the people who actually run the programs. I would almost hope that your chair or director could come back here in a month or two and tell us what the changes are going forward, so that everybody knows we're all going to be on the same page and everybody knows what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We can share that information with them.
Okay.
Yes, Tom.
Yeah, I was struck by when we got your funding request in the report here. You talk about, there's a section that says in 2025 our main focus will be Save Lake Perrin, wellness-based events, increased facility rentals. I was surprised that a focus on restructuring your safety measures wouldn't be near the top of the list, or at least mentioned as an area of main primary focus, because I think it's certainly at the forefront of the minds of everybody in the area, and you would be remiss not to very publicly address these issues if you want people to continue to come to the lake. So that's...
Yeah, we have been keeping it forefront, especially at all our board meetings. I can speak to that. So it is being addressed internally, and apologies that it wasn't forefront in the report that was sent to you.
It certainly is our highest concern.
Yeah.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Jean.
I really do appreciate the two of you being here. This is not an easy meeting to come to, but I am extremely disappointed that there isn't anyone who could answer our questions here from the organization. I think it was really doing us a disservice and both of you a disservice that there isn't anyone here and that you are bearing the brunt of this alone. It really bothers me.
Well,
go ahead.
The board chair, who I think you're familiar with, Alyssa, she had a dental emergency, so we are filling in. So apologies that she could not be here, and I know she could probably speak more to the matter at this time. But this was only availability.
I have a couple of budget questions, if I could.
Sure, go for it.
So this is sort of along the same lines. You're increasing your meeting and training budget by only about $200, which, based on all the feedback that you've already heard, I think it might be a surprise to us. It's a surprise to me that we're not seeing more resources put there. Yet, contracted services is up significantly, and Vista expense, and I have just looked at this quickly, and I don't see a definition for that, so I'm a little bit in the dark. But if you could speak to contracted services, training, and Vista expense year over year, that would be helpful to me.
Well, we have now, our Vista volunteer is now is going to be our new manager of the lake, and so I believe there's an increase for that
Is that Camille, or is that someone else?
It's not Camille.
Okay.
She's not, she's gone in her own direction.
Okay.
And that's not under salaries? That's not under salaries?
It's, and forgive me, I'm not deeply involved in that, but it's through the VISTA program, so it has to be set up separately in order to get the.
Oh, this person will still be a VISTA volunteer.
A couple more months, I believe.
But the 2025 budget?
Within the 2025 budget, she will be considered an AmeriCorps VISTA.
And that's why it's?
I believe that would be why it's categorized.
6,000?
Yes.
For a couple months? Okay.
It might be more than a couple months. Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
So that would explain the salary increase year over year. I guess I'm still interested in that. Do you know what what is causing contracted services to go up?
I believe it's for lawn mowing and grounds maintenance.
That's a huge jump. Percentage-wise, it's not a lot of money, but percentage-wise, it's huge.
Yeah, it was, and I could be wrong, but I remember a discussion about how much it had increased.
And I'm assuming you're using a private contractor?
That's correct.
Does that go out to bid?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
We've been getting, basically what it boils down to is we've been getting a hell of a deal from a guy who was, doing a great job, and now he's retired.
Don't you hate it when the hell of a deal goes away? It just looks ugly, right?
Yep.
I would encourage you to go back and look at the resources that you're allocating for training, because I would suggest that a $200 year-over-year increase based on the work that you have ahead of you is insignificant, and I'm surprised.
I'd just like to point out, lawn mowing has its own line item.
Well, then
Thank you.
Thank you for seeing that. I'm sorry I misspoke then. I'm afraid I don't know what the other increase would have been.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from Select Board? Any questions, comments from the public? Yes, Dana, please.
Of course, I've enjoyed a tremendous amount of time at Lake Perrin. I think it's a great community.
Dana, would you introduce yourself?
Sure. Dana Rozicki. I live in North Bennington. And, I've spent a tremendous amount of time at Lake Perrin. I think it's a fantastic resource. I did read the Bennington Banner article this week, and one thing that struck me in there is they said there's a lack of laws in Vermont that govern this type of activity. But one thing I did after that was, do a little research, and of course, legal compliance is not the only answer. And there's actually a certification program, organization called the American Camp Association, and I'm not sure if this is part of your research or not. They certify camps. They focus not only on program management and staffing, but safety and risk management, and they're the gold standard. They work with not only month-long camps, sleepover camps, but day camps as well. So if you haven't explored that certification process yet, absolutely encourage you to do so. It would restore a lot of the trust if you were to adapt sort of national risk management standards through this accrediting organization. So, thank you.
Thank you.
What was the name of the organization?
American Camp Association.
Thank you.
And I believe that when Camille initially made the camp regulations and rule regulations, she followed those camp guidelines, but getting certified is a great idea to follow up with that.
Yeah, it does sound like it. Thank you, Dana.
But I do believe that she followed word by word and had the gold standard. That was part of the practices.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the audience? All right, if not, thank you very much, and thank you very, very much for coming.
Thank you.
Have a good morning.
You too. And let's see. Mary Rogers, your timing is impeccable. You're up in 1 minute.
Jeannie?
Representing the Village of North Bennington and North Bennington Recreations.
Jeannie, I don't have any paperwork for this organization.
We don't. This
Oh.
is an annual appropriation, and actually, we've apparently never asked.
They never submit.
We've never asked for you guys to come before, so I appreciate you being here. So it's yeah, I think because some questions had come up about Parks and Recreation in North Bennington, it sounded like it would be nice to have Mary here. But this is an annual $6,000 allocation, and actually I should probably be quiet and let you introduce yourself and say that rather than
I will. I'm Mary Rogers, Chair of the Trustees of the Village of North Bennington, aging, and so I need my glasses, excuse me. Okay. But I'll talk while I'm going.
No, don't. Cat TV can't hear you. And Mary, you probably need to put the microphone right in your face.
Just also noted. I'm coming from yoga, so I should be very zen right now. We'll see. So as Jeannie mentioned, the town of Bennington has supported the village with an allocation of $6,000, and that has been going on for 9 years. Prior to that, for some years, it was $5,000. And how long that was, I don't know, because I just don't have those records going back that far, nor was I here. The village maintains a number of parks, many of which people are familiar with, and some perhaps you haven't yet visited. But the big one would be the skate park, where the basketball court is, the sledding field, the Little League is behind there, the concession stands. We also have McWaters Park, which is now a permaculture garden. And there are some beautiful steps going down in there. It's by the fishing access, by the Henry Bridge. So we maintain all of that in there, including that fishing access. We've had residents so kindly replace the tables for us because they were at a previous village expense kind of run down. So they're there. And we've also had another one of our residents build a nice kiosk there where information can be posted. We also maintain Veterans Park. This is a little park right as you come into the main part of town. There's a fountain there, an American flag. We have plans to put some lighting in there so that people crossing through have a little bit better lighting. And then opposite Veterans Park, there's a little triangle of area where the school children, along with the VAE, keep some nice little artwork there for the road signs. And also another resident, Joe Churchirillo, has built a nice, very big information area that if you all have things ever to post there, let us know. It's a nice posting area. Also similar to that, down on the corner of West and Water Street, opposite from the library, there's a small piece of area there that is maintained. And there is also yet another little nice sign that Joe built that has different, what would you call it, points of interest in the village. We maintain the entrances to the Mile Around the Woods, and now the big project is Welling Field, and if you have not been over to see that, it is magnificent. So we thank the board's help and Stu's help and your highway department. This was really a joint effort, primarily led by Norm LeBlanc, our highway supervisor, who is pretty an amazing fellow. And he just builds consensus wherever he goes. So that was amazing, and it will be possibly ready for some limited use at the end of the season. But Mark Boudreau, a former chairperson, former trustee, and now resident, has volunteered to keep maintaining the schedules for who uses that. Much of North Bennington runs on volunteer help, as does much of, I'm sure, of what you do. So your $6,000 or the resident $6,000, which I assume also includes North Bennington, because North Bennington has property taxes that are paid in there. We appreciate that, and it may seem small, but it's significant. And lots of people from all over the place use that facility. And I might also add that, just in case you're interested, the village provides high-speed or internet connection that's, whatever you call it, beamed over all the way into that Little League field. So people have internet access. During downtimes, you can see people sitting there with their iPads, or students used to do homework when they couldn't get into the library. So we're pretty proud of our little 2 square miles. Questions?
Any questions from the Select Board? Yes.
Just one clarification, Mary. Thank you for your thanks, but the individual that actually worked with Norm is from our Buildings and Grounds Division.
Oh, thank you. See, we only have 2, so we don't make any distinction. They wear all the hats.
And you have one more lovely little park on Parent Creek by the dam. I don't even know the name.
That's the fishing access, and that is actually, although the village helps police that, yes, we do, but that really is a state property.
No idea.
Yeah, but we take care of it for them.
Yeah, you do. Very well.
Yeah, we're not high on that priority list.
So I'm a little confused. So this is, it's not a budget request, it's just an FYI?
No, it's in our, it's in the budget.
It's here.
Yeah, it is a budget. So they pay taxes to Bennington.
No, I understand that. It's just that we don't have any. I get it. It's just that we don't have any financials to look at.
No.
So it is being handled differently.
Well, it still gets, we vote on it as part of the budget.
No, but we didn't require any of the financials.
Because it's
I'm very confused. I'm very confused.
I know, it is very confusing, and we've never asked them to come before.
So I guess my point, we're not going to be here, but if they're coming the same way as everyone else comes, it seems like we need to have
We've never asked them to come before. The reason,
I know, but if they're going to continue to ask them to come, it seems like there should be some sort of consistency.
We only asked them because there were questions about why we were supporting the village, which is part of Bennington.
Yeah. I will say this is the first time in 14 years.
Okay. So Jean, hopefully it won't happen again, but that's up to the next board.
Okay. But we are happy to come and report as
well. It was lovely. It was great.
Yeah.
It's always great to see you.
If you take a look in the village's website where we post the annual reports, the financials are there. There's a very small section which lists, I think we call it Public Works. It's really not all-inclusive because we do not, on a daily basis, break down the time and labor of individuals where they spend their time. So if they're mowing fields, they're mowing. That all gets lumped into the highway budget. So if you wanted to know specifically what it costs to the nickel to maintain all of these parks that I listed, we don't keep track of. With 2 square miles, we don't try to keep track of every inch of what happens. I can give you a rough idea.
No, I understand that, and I wouldn't expect you to. It's just odd.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah. So,
okay.
No, I would just, as a courtesy going forward, if Stu or Jeannie or somebody is going to make arrangements, let the rest of the board know, just so we know what's going on.
What do you mean arrangements? They're always in this funding allocation.
I realize that, but I think probably because I had a question, I didn't understand who was going over, how often were they going. I read the article in the paper, and I said, really don't know what's going on when people went over this past summer to help at the field. Mm-hmm. Just so we're all on the same page. I didn't know how many people were going or what we were committing to do.
Right. Okay. That's why it was on the agenda here. But it just made sense. There are 2 new board members.
Okay.
Everyone that is requesting funding in the budget. came today,
There's
which is lovely.
A few notes on that on our minutes of one of the fall meetings. So if you look at North Bennington and peruse those minutes, I think we've mentioned it in a number of times where we joined with the building and grounds people.
Yeah, and it was discussed here, Mary.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we did have some meetings.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions from the select board?
Just a quick comment. As someone that played baseball at Welling Field years ago, every time I went over there, it made me feel really sad to see the state that it fell into. So it's really gratifying to see that it's going to be able to be used again, because I have a lot of fond memories of that field, and it was it was really deteriorated.
Well, Tom, you'll be happy to know that Phase 2 is to restore the ball field section as well.
Good.
That won't be here in Phase 1, but Phase 2 will be the ball field.
Excellent.
Great. Okay, any other questions from select board? Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
That was lovely.
Thank you, Mary.
It was helpful.
Come see our parks. Bring your kids. Slide down the hill. We did repair the fence, so you can't get hurt now.
All right. All right. So I think we're probably taking a short break.
We are.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a short break to 10:30 when the Regional Commission,
Yeah, he may get here just before.
or, yeah, well,
He did have another commitment.
okay. So I know he's running from one commitment to another, so the most will be 20 minutes, right? So talk amongst yourselves. Thank you. All right, so next up this morning is the Bennington County Regional Commission, and we have Bill Colvin with us. Bill, if you would introduce yourself and I think, talk to us a little about what the Regional Commission does and where our fees go and that sort of thing.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Bill Colvin, Director of the Bennington County Regional Commission. I know that many of you are familiar with the work of the Regional Commission, but as Jeannie just outlined, I'll take a moment to provide a little history, a little overview of the organization and some of the work that we do to support the town and the people within the town. So the Bennington County Regional Commission was created by statute and by its 17 member municipalities in the early 1960s, so 60-plus year history. And the mission of the Regional Commission is to build strong, resilient, and sustainable communities that are home to economic prosperity and a high quality of life for the residents of the 17 municipalities in southwestern Vermont. So Vermont's a little different than most other states in that it lacks county government with the exception of courts and sheriffs. And in the absence of that county government, the 11 regional planning commissions around the state are tasked with providing services that county governments provide in many other states. So in our case, those kind of big buckets of services include regional planning, the creation of the regional plan, the regional energy plan, provision of geographic information systems, assistance to communities, and then weighing in on various land use and public service sector energy permitting issues. We provide comprehensive municipal energy plan, assisting in the creation of municipal plans, zoning bylaws, special studies, and provide technical assistance to planning commissions and other public bodies in our 17 municipalities. Transportation planning, such as local transportation project planning and project management, grant application support, bike and pedestrian plans, traffic studies, and grant and aid technical assistance. We do environmental planning, such as conservation planning, forest block management, river basin protection, and brownfield remediation. The BCRC is unique in that it also provides a higher level of community and economic development services than most of the other regional planning commissions around the state. And these things include working with our area businesses and understanding their needs and connecting them with resources and networks, grant and incentive support, workforce development efforts, work and housing, local food systems, special project development and management, comprehensive economic development planning, and in our case, the management of the broadband the Communications Union District in the region, which has deployed fiber to virtually all addresses throughout our region, or the availability of it. We also do emergency management planning, and I know you'll hear more about that Monday evening at your upcoming meeting with a possible grant application to provide some additional resiliency and flood protection to the community. We facilitate emergency operations, storm response, liaison with the Vermont Emergency Management and FEMA, do hazard mitigation planning, and facilitate and assist local emergency planning committees. In our energy planning sector, we create a comprehensive regional energy plan. We produce energy conservation initiatives, enhance energy planning for municipalities, and coordinate with the Public Service Department and Public Utility Commission on siting and Section 248 issues. We have a solid waste district that provides the direct administrative support to the Bennington County Solid Waste Alliance, of which Bennington is a member. We implement a multi-town solid waste implementation plan, provide outreach and education around recycling and other solid waste issues, and recently, through BCRC's efforts, assisted in the design, permitted, and now run the first ever household hazardous waste facility in our region, which is sited here in Bennington. And we do a number of special projects beyond those program areas, such as in public health equity, after-school programming, grant application support, and administration. So specific examples in some of those categories, in regional and local planning, the Bennington Regional Plan was a new plan was adopted in November 2024. So that work was just completed. We'll immediately transition into the development of a new plan, regional plan, based on Act 181 requirements, which is the new land use law that was passed last year, which will require fully compliant regional plans by the end of 2026. So even though we just completed the regional plan, which has an 8-year time period, we'll immediately launching into the next iteration and have that done in the next 2 years. We've worked with the town of Bennington through phase 1 and phase 2 of the development of its town plan, which expires in January 2026, and will assist the town in getting that up and ready and approved sometime during this calendar year. And we've been working with the town on the development of a neighborhood development area which, once approved, will allow additional potential funding for housing development in the town. In the transportation realm, we have assisted with speed studies on South Stream Road, East Road, and Monument Avenue, have been active in project development and grant work for the Ninja Path, the Bennington Bike Path, and the Applegate and Willowbrook Pathway, and have worked closely with this board to assist it in developing a traffic calming policy over the past year. Community and economic development, over the past year, we did over 80 business visits to understand their needs, what resources might be necessary, and to help connect them with those resources. We maintain and support an active workforce and education committee, which produces a number of career exposure events and connects employers and the educational community and trainers. We've assisted in securing a number of grants for Bennington businesses through the Vermont Training Program, Buildings and General Services, and the Community Recovery and Revitalization Program. And we do a number of special projects, such as providing some technical assistance to the developers of Ben High and serving as the point on the Putnam Block redevelopment projects. And again, as noted, BCIC serves as the administrative capacity for the Southern Vermont Communications Union District. In environmental and emergency management, one of our most active programs is the Brownfield Remediation Program. We assist property owners in understanding, and potential acquirers of those properties in understanding their potential environmental liability should they acquire the property, and assist them through to getting corrective action plans, and then assist in securing, if available, grant funding to assist. And in the past 3 months alone, we've assisted both at Ben High and the former Lozon Mill in securing over $2.7 million in cleanup funds through that brownfield program just in the last couple of months. As I noted on the emergency management side, we're working with the town on the development of its required hazard mitigation plan. And again, Monday night, you'll learn about an opportunity for really fully funded grant opportunity to provide additional resiliency and flood protection to downtown Bennington. That a grant, if successful, will be about $1.75 million to provide that additional assistance. BCRC will take over all of the management of that project. It's really just a pass-through to the town at no cost to the town to provide that benefit to its residents. In solid waste, again, Bennington's an active member of the Bennington County Solid Waste Alliance that BCIC oversees, and has the benefit of having the hazardous waste facility right here in its own region, in its own town, and other avenues of support there include training, outreach and training in composting. Recently did a training seminar for composting for landlords, and then assistance with the regional recycling program. And then finally, special projects. BCRC maintains an active GIS staff, which often assists communities with the development of various maps and GIS plans, and provides kind of general grant support to municipalities as needed. So the specific appropriation request for FY26 for BCRC is $33,383. This is the exact same request as the prior 7 fiscal years, and is a little bit less than 8 years ago when the town paid $40,511. Over the course of that time, BCRC's staff has grown by 2 people. Our budget has grown by 21% over that 8-year period, and our requests of the municipality has remained level throughout, and actually slightly reduced over that 8-year period. The $33,000 that Bennington pays is part of our kind of due structure, which is a requirement for all municipalities that participate in regional planning commissions. In total, across the region, that total municipal support is a little over $104,000. And while it's only 6% of our budget, it's critical funding in that it's funding which is a very small amount of our funding is unencumbered and available to be utilized for multiple functions. And the most important function of this municipal funding is in leveraging, providing the match to leverage our transportation planning initiative grant. So, and again, this TPI grant is the type of grant that allows us to provide project support for things like the Ninja, to work with the town in the development of a traffic calming policy, to do that type of design work. So while the municipal support is a relatively small part of our budget, it's a really essential part of that budget, given its flexible uses. So hopefully that provides a good overview of what BCRC does, some of the things it provides for the town, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Questions from the board? Yes, Clark.
Hi, Mr. Colvin, welcome.
Thank you.
You know, I've listened to the litany of things that your organization does and all, and in my own mind, I'm trying to clear something up. So BCRC, are they a advisory or regulatory organization, or do they have any sort of legislative duties and responsibilities? Am I?
So the actual organization of BCRC is all 11 regional planning commissions are organized as political subdivisions of the state of Vermont. The only regulatory, we have no strict regulatory authority. In statute, we do have regional planning commissions are a statutory party to Act 250 and Section 248 applications within the region and can provide input into those regions. And then there are statutory guidelines in place for certain of the activities that the Regional Planning Commission does, but it is not technically a regulatory body.
Okay, so advisory, would that fall into a greater realm of what your responsibilities or duties are to be advisory and organization?
We serve it in an advisory role. We have certain regulatory responsibilities, and we serve in a project development and support role. So I don't think advisory covers it adequately.
Okay.
I think there's multiple roles that we provide.
Okay, and there's no legislative responsibilities or duties within there's no legislative responsibilities or duties within your scope of action?
Well, again, there are regulations, specifically in 24 VSA, that guide our activities. We don't legislate, we don't create legislation, so I'm not sure what you mean by legislative actions beyond that. We are guided by regulation. We have statutory obligations, but we are not a legislative body.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the Select Board? Nancy, yes.
I would like for this board and the BCRC to start having far more direct contact than we've had in the past. I can think of a lot of projects and programs that you're way out ahead of, and a lot of our citizens aren't even aware. Would you know when we'd be getting an update on the town plan that the BCRC and Planning Commission have been working on probably a year and a half on?
Well, we work at the behest of the Planning Commission, who really is the body that would be engaging with the Select Board. From our work plan perspective, we expect to have a draft to the Planning Commission of the new town plan sometime later this spring, which would allow this board 8 or 9 months to the Planning Commission and this board 8 or 9 months to consider it, hold its required public hearings, and get it adopted before the end of the year. But it's really, I think, we provide support to the Planning Commission. I think the appropriate flow would be for BCRC to provide technical assistance to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission to engage with this board with regard to the adoption of the plan.
I would note, however, we do hear from BCRC regularly. Traffic calming was, we had BCRC here quite a bit for traffic calming.
I think Mark had a cop.
And Dara Zink has been enormously helpful in the annexes or appendices for the emergency management planning for both, and the village of North Bennington and Bennington, even though we're two separate emergency management planning entities, which drives me crazy. She's been working with both of us to look at what we do for heat and cold annexes, and that will be coming back. But probably Dara may or may not. Actually, Dara probably will come for that.
Dara will be here Monday night to talk about the grant application.
Yeah, and then Dara's coming for hazard mitigation at the next meeting, and the Ninja Path, which... Janet
Hurley was here to overview both the public input process and community outreach process that happened as part of phase 1 of the town plan, which
That's true.
I will note was
Yep.
just held up as a best practice at the Northern New England Planning Association Conference for the unique approach that was taken by the town of Bennington with BCRC support in doing community outreach for its town plan. So I think we're here pretty regularly.
You actually are.
And would certainly,
And I
would love
think
to
it's
continue
important.
that dialogue.
Well, I think it's also important to know that, and April Career Month, you came and gave an overview as well, along with Chamber, Department of Labor, BBC, maybe others. I think it's important to know that you guys are super busy and you're always available to us, and when you come to help us with a project, on a specific project. It isn't, I mean, you're giving us an overview today, but generally when you're here, you've rolled up your sleeves and there's work that is actually being done. So I do thank you for the amount of time you give.
If I could just follow up on what you said about community outreach and town planning, the village of Old Bennington is now in the process of engaging with BCRC because of that best practice related to community outreach. We understand that Janet Hurley has moved to another assignment. She has. And in general, we'll miss her, but we know that we're in good hands with BCRC. So congratulations to the organization for having been standout in that effort. It works, and it was proven to have worked, so thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, we're delighted for Janet. It's a great opportunity for her, and we know she'll continue to serve the region and the state well. I'm sorry, Janet Hurley was just appointed by the governor as the chair of the new Land Use Review Board, which is part of the new Land Use Law, Act 181, that was passed, which will be kind of revising and revamping how permitting happens in the state of Vermont. So it's an essential and important role, and we're very proud of Janet and appreciate the work that she has done here in the region. She's been a valuable member of the team.
We're also very glad that it's her, based on her background and experience, because that is a very important committee. There is so much work to be done as it relates to that act, and there's way too much unknown. So I was very glad, as much as we will miss Janet locally, I was very glad to understand that it was her that was appointed to chair it. That committee could not be in better hands.
Agreed, 100%. It was, which you might expect, it was highly competitive. I think, close to 100 applicants and extensive vetting process. So, yes, very, very proud of Janet, and I know she'll do a great job.
Great.
Based on that exhaustive list of services that you provide, I think $33,000 is quite the bargain.
Don't say that out loud.
I did. I'm going to say it again if you want me to. And I'm going to read exactly what I wrote. And I didn't write this morning. I wrote it a day or two ago when I was reading over the packet. The invaluable benefits from having BCRC as a partner, it is an invaluable benefit to Bennington having BCRC as a partner. No other organization has the regional knowledge and sense of interconnectedness that benefits all of the communities you serve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments from Select Board? Yes, Clark.
Again, in terms of economic development, one of the things I would like to know or wonder if it's happening, do we have, your organization have any outreach where they're contacting businesses or manufacturers external to Vermont to consider relocating here to southwestern Vermont? Are we having sort of major recruitment issues or efforts?
So as part of the 80 business visits that we make, this past year, this was the case pre-pandemic. It's been exacerbated since, but when we walk in to visit with businesses, the first thing need on their mind and the last thing they say when they leave is, we need more workforce. So our first efforts are always in trying to support the businesses that are here, trying to stay and trying to grow within the region, and far and away, the greatest need there is the workforce, which makes, obviously, the idea of recruiting large employers to the region with an already challenged workforce that much more difficult. With that said, we maintain close connections with our partners at the state of Vermont. We follow up on any leads that come through to the state that might be a good fit for our region. By way of example, we were actively engaged for over 8 months with a business that was considering relocating to, or actually locating the business from overseas in the Energizer facility. We spent hundreds of hours working with this business. We helped them line them up with potential funding sources through the Vermont Employment Growth Incentives, totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they made a different decision and in fact have not settled anywhere in the United States at this point. But that said, we have staff that is dedicated towards that type of work all the time, but the honest assessment and answer is we are first and foremost focused on the businesses that have chosen to base themselves in Bennington, stay in Bennington, and we hope help them grow in Bennington.
Any questions? Nancy?
Yep. What year did the BCIC, as it always operated, really stop to exist?
I'm sorry?
The BCIC?
Oh, the BCIC.
What year did that stop operating as it had for decades?
So 2016 was the year in which BCIC began to run into challenges, was nearing the verge of insolvency, and the first year in which BCRC offered to assist by providing some staff capacity to the BCIC. So that ran from 2016 through 2020, and in 2020 there was a more formal affiliation between BCRC and BCIC. So really 2016, I think, is the target year where that significant transition happened, and really BCRC stepped up to save that entity from really kind of going under.
And all of the zoning plans, all the big changes that the board approved a few years back, I'm just trying to find a way so the board and the BCRC and the Planning Commission gets that information out to the public. I mean, I'm probably one of the few people, not many citizens have even seen the plans, and I think it's critical the citizens of our town see these plans and have a say. So I guess who do I focus on to get these plans in here?
What plans are you talking about?
All those zoning plans.
The zoning?
From several years ago, making Bennington walkable.
Those?
Our own planning commission would help you with that.
Yeah, that's town of Bennington.
Okay, but the BCRC worked with them on the plans, correct?
Yeah, yes. I'm not sure which plans, but
Pick
just
Ninja. Pick Ninja would be one, is that right?
I'll take the pathways, for example. There are lots of plans if you know where to go online to look, but most of the public doesn't know they exist and haven't seen them, and I think it's critical that the public does see these plans so they can have a say.
Yeah, so I would just make the general statement that, you know, BCRC in this perspective really serves as a technical advisor and a consultant. We contract with, you know, some entity within the town, often the Planning Commission, sometimes directly with the town itself, to provide those services. So the client, for lack of a better term in this case, with regard to most plans, is either the Select Board or the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And if I could venture to say that the town's Energy Committee also leans on the BCRC staff for guidance and assistance and, you know, sort of a clear focus. But this board's interaction would be with the town's Energy Committee and the town's Planning Commission, of which we happen to have the director sitting in the room.
Right.
So we're fortunate, yeah. So I want to sort of voice that I see good communication between the town boards and the regional commission, and I appreciate that.
I'm wondering if some of the confusion here is between studies that you may do for us or plans that you may do for us that we are not in a position to actually act on yet. So they are, for lack of a better word, sitting on a shelf, waiting for when we can actually do something with them. And then at that point, they become active conversation. I mean, it's not, sometimes we think, we want to know what we'll be getting ourselves into. I mean, you think about how many years, I don't know, is it 25 now for the bike pathway? It takes a really long time. So you have to know where you want to go, but you aren't able to realize all of that at one time. And so when the time comes, landscape changes. So when we do have, we're getting close, and as that money comes in, then we have plans to fall back on and then look at and say, does this still serve our purposes? What needs to change? Those sorts of things. So it's not that they're not available, and I think that there is a danger in assuming that everything that's ever been thought is active at this moment. We're trying always, the select board is trying to be proactive, where the town is amazingly proactive. Town staff do a great job of sort of projecting what could be, and then we have to find the funds and the staffing to make it a reality, and that's unfortunately a slower go.
Right. And I would just, I would say that BCRC, when it is hired as an technical support to produce these plans, really does endeavor to do as much community outreach and public engagement as possible. So we do try to make, even in this planning phase, allow for as many opportunities for the public to provide input as possible.
And I would add to that by saying that any engagement with the Planning Commission is also made available to the public, and there's lots of opportunity for public engagement. And then the results of those conversations are always captured, as everything else that we do is. And so it's available there. Can I shift gears and just ask Bill a question, if I could? Yeah. Jean made the comment before about what a bargain it is that we are members of the BCRC, and I agree with that. Nobody's asked you how you've been able to keep us level funded with I think you said 21% increase in operating budget over the last 8 years. Any secrets that you can share with, you've heard, actually, you didn't sit through the beginning of today's meeting. It was a little painful, and if you go back and watch it on CAT TV, you'll be like, oh, I could see what Ed was talking about. Yeah. What's the magic?
Well, no magic. Some hard work and a bit of good fortune. Just kind of walking backwards. You've seen our budget of about $1.7 million for the current fiscal year. That's made up of, in any given year, between 50 and 65 different funding sources, in which case we start with almost a zero-based budget each year and then build up to $1.7-ish million in the current iteration. Some of those are fairly stable, such as our core grant through community housing and community development, and with the municipal support funding that we're requesting here, the ability to leverage that transportation funding. So we know certain pockets of money, but then beyond that, it's really it's a very entrepreneurial organization. We have to go out and kind of find funding to support the projects that are needed in our region, and we've had really good fortune over the past several years in identifying those funding sources and bringing that project funding to bear. But it's a lot of work to kind of build a budget from $0 to $1.7 million to support 10 staff people and do the work of the region. But again, we've been lucky. We know where to look now, and we've been fortunate in securing that funding. We also recognize the challenges faced by municipalities in building their budgets on every year. It certainly doesn't get easier. We understand through our work with the 17 municipalities, expectations of municipalities are growing every single year. The pressures on municipalities are growing every single year. So if we can continue to do good work, get this flexible base of funding through the municipal support that allows us to leverage other funding without providing additional burden to the municipalities, then that's what we're trying to do.
I'm grateful that the services that you provide are available and you've been able to keep it level funded, so thank you for that. I have one last question, then I'm going to shut my mic off. Regarding transportation funding, does the Regional Commission have much connection to the state as it relates to this? I know that we hear about state projects input regarding the state roads that run through our town, but is there any closer connection among BCRC staffers? And I'm purposely pointing our attention to the lack of quality of North Side Drive right now, and the fact that I've been here 20 years and that project, imaginary project, has been discussed at the state level and never really addressed. I wonder if you have any more input on that.
Yeah, so BCRC does maintain a close working relationship with the Vermont Agency of Transportation, in particular with regard, so the project prioritization system that the state has in place, VSP2, was suspended 2 years ago as a result of kind of COVID, so they haven't been accepting kind of any new projects or reprioritizing projects. It looks like that will be coming back to bear sometime in the near future. And BCRC has a transportation advisory committee made up of representatives from a number of our regional municipalities, and it's that TAC or TAC that in our region makes recommendations up the chain with regard to project prioritization in the transportation space.
So is that making recommendations up the chain, is that a polite way of saying that there's a lobby effort there?
No, it's a formal role of the regional planning commissions to kind of convene this group, understand kind of the transportation project priorities in its region, and then to help the state kind of prioritize those within any given region and within the state's funding constraints. You know, as we know, projects take years to develop, right? The Route 279 was, I think originally construed in the 1950s, and the Peanut roundabout, which is, knock on wood, going to begin in April. A $5 million project out there has been kind of in the works for years. So these things take time, but there is a relationship through the Transportation Advisory Committee that provides I don't want to oversell it. It provides, some guidance and prioritization to the state for the regional project.
I would ask the BCRC to keep Northside Drive in the forefront of your mind. This goes to a question that Clark asked you earlier about economic development efforts, and without improved infrastructure, we all know that improving the quality of life in Bennington without increasing the cost of living here requires the growth of our tax base, and in order to do that, we have to improve our infrastructure, and that commercial corridor is absolutely lacking. We are very fortunate that we've seen the development on that road that we have over the last couple of years, and we're glad that we've seen property values grow in spite of the disrepair and the poor traffic flow in that area. So I ask that of BCRC.
I made a note, and I'll talk to Mark Anders, our transportation planning coordinator, on Monday.
Just a reminder about the 3 roundabouts project on
Right. also kind of on the, starting at the far end, but those have been envisioned for some time, and as well as upgrades at the Kosher Drive intersection. So also been on the table for a while.
Right. But and the 3 roundabouts. When is there a projected?
I do not have a
date
projection
for them to even come back and talk to us.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's been 2 years since they were last here, maybe?
Well, to put it in perspective, it's been 8 years since my company sold the local newspaper, and I remember editing stories about these projects more than 8 years ago, and they were at a stage where we were about to hear.
Right. See?
Yeah. So,
don't hold your breath.
I don't want to get stuck on this one very small part of what your organization provides, but it has a lot to do with economic development, which I think we are all very sensitive to.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions from select board members?
Yep.
Okay.
Bill, is the BCRC in charge of the possible pathway from Bennington to Pownell to the Mass Line?
In charge? No, the BCRC has worked on a possible design for that type of pathway, but it's very early. It's highly aspirational. That is not a pathway that I'm afraid would ever take place in my lifetime, and probably not in my 8-year-old daughter's lifetime, just given how these things evolve. But we have been active on a possible design, which, should it ever come to be, would change many, many times. Of really exciting news, though, on the other end, Mark Anders and Samantha Page from both who work in transportation in our office were at an announcement in North Adams yesterday for $17.3 million for the design and permitting of a pathway to connect the end of the trail in Adams, the Ashwaubenon Rail Trail, to the end of the current trail in Williamstown. That's for $17 million for design and permitting to make that connection. So in the event that the trolley pathway were ever to connect from Bennington to Williamstown, we'd have a through route down to Pittsfield. But again, this work is important because it identifies issues. It identifies kind of the art of the possible. When you see plans this early in their design phase, they're purely aspirational. They change many times based upon the needs on the ground, the willingness of property owners to cooperate and be a part of it. And so the short answer is we've done a preliminary design. There is a group of citizens who is interested in exploring this possibility. There's a trolley path committee, which BCRC doesn't run but does support, kind of looking at this as an opportunity. I personally think it would be a major economic driver for the region, what should ever come to be, but still very early days.
But no private property owner should have to worry that the path may go on their property without their permission?
No.
Okay. Well, no, we had a citizen in here this last spring asking about that. He was concerned.
Yeah, I don't, I fully understand the sensitivity around this issue. I hope these plans are viewed as they're intended, which is to identify what might be possible if all of the parties align and funding comes to bear, property owners are happy with solutions, the community supports it. I mean, there's many, many pieces that go into any of these types of projects, and nobody needs to worry about a pathway coming to their property without their permission.
No, but that's good to get that cleared up here so people don't have to worry about it.
It's a great question.
And I guess what I need to do is find a way to get studies that are completed brought in front of the board so the public can see the studies and have input.
So again, make the distinction between studies for which there's no reason to give input because we're talking two generations from now, we might actually be starting to put the millions toward it, and the projects that are moving forward, and any project that is moving forward must come before the select board. So there is no lack of discussion, and if it's a big issue, as we all know, we do multiple meetings or multiple hearings, depending on the size of the deal. So you want to distinguish between saying, wouldn't it be great if we could do North Adams to North Bennington? Wouldn't that be fantastic? And here's some ways it could look. That's very different than saying, oh, because we're going to do this over the next couple decades, let's have people decide right now what this corner should look like. We do this in steps, and it comes before the select board. That is our job as select board members, is to make sure we have full, transparent conversation at the appropriate time, and not waste people's time, and also make sure everybody has input. And BCRC has been a great partner in getting us to have input. So,
Are the trolley committee meetings warned and open?
I don't know that they're warned. Yeah, it's a citizen committee. So, I mean, it's, again, we provide some support, but it's not a public body. It's not a formal body. It's a group of interested people who are getting together.
Probably with an open invitation to interested citizens.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that's where Nancy and others might get more information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Right, you could call BCRC and find out when they're meeting.
In fact, Nancy, I will follow up and get you some information on that meeting of that group.
Jean, and then Clark.
I just want to make one more comment. Since this is my last budget meeting, I'm going to continue to gush a little bit more about BCRC. The reason I believe that your ability to secure funding is a direct result of the quality of the work that your organization does. And you should take credit for that.
Thank you. I feel incredibly fortunate to have the staff that we have at BCRC. I think we've built a truly special team to a person. So thank you. I feel really fortunate to come into work every day and get to work with the people that are in that office.
And I'm sure they feel the same way.
Thanks.
Great. Mr. Colvin, I want to thank you for throwing a word out that I think sums things up here with some of the questions, and that word is aspirational. And, the idea that we should look forward to what we could do is important, but I think one of the concerns that need to be addressed is what's actually going to happen. So, I appreciate you using that term aspirational, and I think that probably sums up a lot of the questions people have. They've heard this, or what about this, or what about that, and I think that word clarifies a lot of the concerns that you hear that we hear in the community, aspirational versus actual plans.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think it's important work. I do think that we try to put into context the planning work that we do. Much of it is exactly that. It's aspirational. That in no way undermines kind of its real meaning on the ground. And, to wit, just by way of example, in 2016, we completed, in conjunction with the town of Bennington, a downtown area-wide plan which looked at possible brownfield redevelopment sites in downtown. The steering committee, which was made up of people from all around the community, provided input on where they'd like to focus some conceptual redevelopment plans. They happened to pick 4 acres in the heart of town, known as the Putnam Block. Some redevelopment scenarios were done for that site, and lo and behold, literally 3 months later, a group came together that was looking for a project to do to move the local economy, and I had the ability to bring this area-wide plan to them and say, you want to move the local economy, how about focusing on the 4 acres in the heart of downtown Bennington with the most iconic downtown buildings? And to their credit, having that plan in place made that discussion and the ability to bring together the private and institutional investors that got behind the Putnam Block redevelopment much, much easier. So there's an aspirational element. There's also a very practical element, but none of this happens without direct input from the community where it's impacted, and making sure that people are aware of what's happening along the way. So thank you for that clarification.
I just have one follow-up to that. I remember the press conference in 2016 when you announced the Putnam Block redevelopment plan, and I just think it's important to note that that was a springboard for aspirational projects, and the Ben High project is now coming to fruition, we hope, and that, I think, is a result of that public-private partnership reality that happened at the Putnam Block. So I'm grateful for the work that went into that aspirationally, that turned into something, and minus the COVID stall that our economy is still facing, and I think that we can all say that pretty comfortably, it was the major boost in Bennington economy that we had hoped it would be, factoring the COVID stall, and I hope that future projects will also be that way.
Thanks. And, it's interesting. We're talking about kind of time arcs, and I think many of you are familiar with the fact that I had Shannon's role as the development director for the town of Bennington back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And I brought my very first person through the Putnam wearing the hat that Shannon now wears for a possible redevelopment in 1999. So it was a 20-year overnight success to get a project to happen there. So aspirational, yeah, it's absolutely the word of the day, and a lot of kind of good fortune and hard work in between.
I'm going to thank Clark for calling that out to us, because I may not have caught it if he hadn't repeated it, but it is now my word of the day, and aspiration is pretty important.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. All right, anything else from the select board before we ask the public if they have any questions or comments? Guys, anything you'd like to comment or question that you have for the Regional Commission?
Wow.
No? That was excellent. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right.
I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you, and appreciate your support now and in the past, and hopefully in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. All right. Are we okay to plow forward? Yeah? Okay. So what we wanted to do next was, so the next things that we need to do are follow up on the two items from last time, reserve funds, and talk about administrative costs in the police department. I think those were three, and the senior center. And then from there, we have a couple different areas for discussion, and then set, what do we call it? Salaries, and then be finished. So, do we want to talk about reserve funds next, because that gives us an opportunity to see if there are any additional funds that might be out there that we could use?
Yes, and Melissa's done a fine job of highlighting those funds that we think can be used or can be relocated into one of the other reserve funds to reduce the number of reserve funds. Our focus is mostly in the general fund, but in the end, there is a community development fund that we think we should also just mention. And the ones that we have highlighted, and that's the ones that we'll focus on, the Appalachian Trail monies, which is a very small amount, was a specific donation, and it will be used to support any annual Trail Fest expenses that come our way. We generally host a celebration of our relationship with the Appalachian Trail on an annual basis. So we'll use those monies when the time is appropriate.
And it's $115.
That's correct.
Just to put it in perspective.
I said it was a very small amount. We also have 2 reserves for plantings, Cherry Tree Reserve, which came to us probably back in the days when NSK or NASTEC first came to the community, and we were raising monies for cherry trees along the Riverwalk, and those funds have existed there. We'll use them to take a look at the Riverwalk. Some of the cherry trees along the Riverwalk are in pretty tough shape, so we might be able to expend those funds this year to upgrade some of those facilities. Same with the Lilac Trail donations. Those donations have been coming to us for years through the Bennington and Bloom process. They are specific to planting lilacs along the Lilac Trail, which unfortunately really exists in some places but did not develop the way we had hoped it would be developed throughout the community. But there are places that we can use those funds to replace and improve the lilacs that are already planted. Then we look at the Chamber Memorial Park. That was a donation that came to us because it couldn't go through the Chamber. Chamber is a C7 or a C6 organization, which is a membership organization. So this money came to us. We're going to send that to the Chamber so they can use it for upkeep of that Memorial Park that they have recently improved.
And that's $100.
$100. Moving on down, we have reserves for pet seizures. These were donations that came to us when we did a German Shepherd rescue in a bus, if you recall, some years ago. And we also did a cat rescue at a vehicle in Aldi's parking lot. Monies were given to the town. We were proposing that they be moved into the support the animal control building, which we just recently constructed. We certainly can use those funds for upkeep and maintenance.
And that's $1,000. So
that's $1,060.
Yes.
Yep.
Stu, let me just ask you a quick question about that. When you say you're going to propose, does this board need to do anything to make that possible?
Well, because it's a specific reserve that was established because of pet seizures, we're proposing it because we'd like you to be aware of it. Okay. If you don't object, we'll do it.
Thank you. That's what I was
I'm not looking for a motion on each one of these issues, but I'm just looking, if you object to the movement, then just let us know.
Perfect. Thank you.
The River Restoration Funds, $1,121.32. We hope to apply to the monies that we have proposed in the budget this year to work on the repair and potential replacement of the levee adjacent to the Brooklyn Bridge in the northeastern part of the village. And we have a reserve for marketing, as you know, or maybe remember. We used to treat the marketing monies as a transfer to reserve. These funds will be expended as part of our current marketing expense, both this fiscal year, if we do spend any additional monies, and in next fiscal year. And that's $3,042.
So we'll maintain that reserve as is, as a reserve.
We'll spend it down. We'll spend it down and it will go away because we're now treating the marketing funds as an annual expenditure in the community development budget. We're no longer setting it up as a reserve.
Right, but what I'm saying is that we have $40,000, so if we want to do more this year, then it would come out of the reserve.
That's
right.
That's
okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah. So it won't impact the taxpayers. And then the last that we have is a reserve for safety and recognition. This came from our employee recognition annual events. We are proposing to merge it with the wellness reserve, which is up above. It's 01-51569, which allows us to support the wellness activities of the town employees, fitness challenges, flu clinics, those kinds of things that we do on an annual basis. These funds will move into that reserve to support that activity. And the last that I have has to do with community development funds that exist in a reserve that was established at one time for the Bennington Economic Development Fund, and the Bennington Regional Economic Development Opportunities. Their combined total of those two funds is $35,544.12.
Yeah.
We are proposing that they be moved into the burlap fund, which we use to loan out and support businesses and homeowners in their development.
Is that the revolving loan fund?
Yes, the revolving loan fund.
Okay.
Bennington Revolving Loan Fund, burlap.
So I'm trying to, like the red, why did that money come to Bennington rather than the regional commission? I'm just thinking, this is, the 35,000 of it is regional economic development only.
That was monies that were created by this board when the Southern Vermont Development, SVEDS, whatever that is, Bill, the Southern Vermont Development.
When the SVEDS was done?
A combination Bennington, Brattleboro,
Yeah.
Southern
Yes,
Vermont.
regional. Yep.
We anticipated that there would be expenditures needed to become a part of that organization. I can't tell you how long ago it was established, but we've not spent a dime. And we've not been asked to spend a dime as part of that organization.
For our 33,000 a year.
I saw your ears perk up.
So we would propose to move that into the revolving loan fund so that we can
That would be excellent.
continue to assist
Yeah.
businesses.
Not for you.
Yeah.
Not for you.
I can't think of a better use. That would be great.
Okay, so, all right.
So that's what, these are the suggestions that Melissa and I are making to you after our review of these funds. Some of the others, we already have a number of parks there that have monies left over from their developments that we will use those funds to repair and maintain those parks, so we're not continually looking back on the taxpayer to come up with repair and maintenance costs. And, so if you have any other questions specifically about the reserves, we'd be glad to answer them.
I just want to say I'm happy that Melissa has gone through all of these, and it's really nice to see that the reserves are doing exactly what they're supposed to do in every single case, except for the regional economic development money. But that's a happy ending for that. That's super. I have no objection. What do other people think? Nancy?
Yeah, the reserve that I think it started this year for the pool and the tennis court?
Yes.
Right.
Well, yes, go ahead.
Okay, do we need to have voter approval to start that reserve?
You will have. If it's a reserve that is in the budget, it will be mentioned in the warning for the budget itself. So when you look at the warning that comes out when we've finished our work here, we list the specific reserves that are in the budget that the voters will be asked to approve, and those then create the reserve that you will see on the list.
But it should be on the ballot, right?
It is on the ballot.
It won't be on the ballot as a line item. It'll be listed in the warning. There are several reserves that are created by the voters, and I don't think I have my list.
No, I understand, but I looked at the ballot from last March. It wasn't listed on there, but we started it this year.
Yes. Well, we're proposing it for this year.
You're asking why the tennis court and...
Well, I thought we learned that if we want to start a reserve fund, it needs voter approval.
It does, but it gets approved through the budget. So it's not a standalone, separate item. It's in the budget.
So the voters don't have to approve it?
They do, because they approve the budget.
Specifically, they approve the budget.
They approve the budget.
When we list the budget is broken down by the general fund, highway fund, and the general fund includes the fire department, general fund, highway fund, and then below that we list all of the reserves that we are budgeting within the budgets that go to a reserve.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it didn't have to be on a ballot, so the voters would have to approve it.
No, it doesn't need to be on a line item vote, yes or no.
So the reason we approve a budget that then goes on the ballot is because we've gone through line by line everything in the budget, because otherwise the taxpayers would be voting line by line on the budget. So we do that level of work, and then we say, this, as a select board, is a budget that we support, and we are sending to the taxpayers to ask the taxpayers, do they approve this budget?
Okay. And I haven't seen it anywhere in the budget, but the town and the Y haven't been setting money off to the side each year to accumulate a fund? That was never done?
No, the
To get a
town has
reserve?
not. We pay the Y for their performance. It's a contract, essentially a memorandum of understanding. If they have excess funds, they are setting them aside for purchase of equipment to support their programs, but we don't have a fund per se.
But when the contract was approved, the town was supposed to hold that money.
Well, no. We were collecting the money and then turning it back to the Y. That became very cumbersome. It just made much more sense for the Y to collect those funds
Do they
rather
give
than
you,
come through us.
do they give you an accounting of that?
They provide that accounting on their annual visit to us.
Yeah. We've had this conversation before, and it was that any excess was going back to the town, and then the town was handing it back to the Y, is my memory, and that was just like, we can do this on paper, basically.
In the past, though, their annual payment to the Y has also been reduced slightly as their income increased. Now, we've stabilized that income at $144,000 a year, $12,000 a month. Any excess, because of their success in running programs and getting grants, goes into their own reserve to support their programs, either through purchase of new equipment, replacement equipment, such as the weight room facilities. I think all that equipment has been upgraded within the last 2 years. Hire additional staff to meet the program needs, those kinds of things. They're using that. So we haven't seen an increase in our memorandum of understanding over the last 3 years.
But can I, so now you've got me confused. What about the decrease in what we pay the Y because of their success? That as the Y becomes more successful and they are bringing in more income,
yes,
that should lower our costs, our payments to the Y.
It may eventually, especially when if we ever are successful in moving into the Ben High project. I suspect that their programs, whatever. When we move into the Ben High project, their success there will probably help us reduce that annual payment to them.
Okay. What's your thinking on the reserves?
I'm good. I have no good. I can't see anything.
Fireworks?
You have a question about fireworks?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is it?
We've got, is it 33,000 in there?
1562, $33,717. There is a correcting journal entry to be done. You'll see the note there that it should be 25,917. But that's a journal entry issue that my finance director has to deal with. These are, of course, a snapshot in time, and journal entries change those. We have come to understand that there may be approximately $11,000, pretty much standard now, that has been, we've been able to build that reserve over the years because we get donations to support the fireworks from a number of organizations. In fact, in the past, we've actually had some donations from municipalities that also enjoy those fireworks. We anticipate that those funds will be used within the next 3 fiscal years, depending on how the planning for the 250th comes about. The company that we've been working with over the last few years now offers not only fireworks displays, but also light shows, drone light shows, those kinds of things. And I've talked with Jonah, who was our member of the 250th team, and he's pretty excited about what potentially we might be able to do with those funds. So we will use those funds, I think, depending on when the big, because Bennington is a part of the 250th. It really is one of the basis of the 250th. And we hope to be able to do something with those funds to really make it special without going back to the taxpayers and asking them for more money.
Yeah, and that begins in 2 years. So, yep.
So it's good that we have a reserve.
It is.
All right. All right, so we're giving Stu the green light on this? Okay, perfect.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, so no, we didn't find $100,000 that we could add.
No, I'm sorry about that.
Let me just say that I appreciate the exercise because it was obviously a fair amount of work, and I'm sure there's a much better understanding of reserves, at least for this board and the public, because of the work that you put in, so thank you.
We do appreciate it. All right, Senior Center. So what we learned was there were 55 participants that signed into the program over the past year.
Yes, registered for the program.
Yeah, so, well, they sign in when they walk in.
But they don't, the sign-in sheets, I'm told, do not include their residence, where they live. It's basically, they look for their age, their name, and the programs that they're using. The registration form is when a new member joins the senior center. That's why there are so few.
That's why there's so few what?
So few registration forms. That's not a daily, the sign-in sheets on the daily basis do not include residents.
And the sign-in on the daily form, if I go up to say hi, I have to sign in. So it's not even necessarily, yeah, it can be a hi.
Right.
So, okay, so there are 55 participants, 13 are non-residents.
About 25%.
And that means that if we had non-residents pay their portion of administrative costs, that would be $40 per non-resident or $520 a year that we would gain.
Yeah.
Okay. And that would be people from Shaftesbury, Sunderland, Hoosick Falls.
I mean, looking at the sheets, the actual registrations forms, we had people from Shaftesbury, Pownell, Arlington, Buskirk, New York, Hoosick Falls, New York, who signed in and registered to be a part of a program at the center, right? It doesn't say what program they came to register for. So that may be bone builders, it may be Tai Chi, it may be one of the special programs that we ask.
Yeah.
We do not take registration forms for the trips, for the potluck lunches and dinners,
but you
those
pay.
kinds of.
You pay
Yeah,
as you
but you
go
pay
for
for
those.
those. So those are already covered.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the bus driver.
I think it's important to note that the people that are attending from outside of Bennington are likely to be friends and acquaintances of folks who are living in Bennington and using the service, so there's some camaraderie issue there, so I just caution us.
They probably also do grocery shopping here, too. Yeah.
And they probably contribute to our economy.
Yeah, so it feels like a really small number of people that we're talking about. We're talking about 13 people. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Clark.
You know, my concern parallels how you just expressed. These are folks who come into our community and probably spend money and time collateral to their visits. But the administrative cost of even chasing this, is it going to exceed what we're going to recover? Is there, what's cost-benefit ratio? Is there any benefit?
It's $500.
Yeah, so I suspect asking various entities to hunt down that $500 will probably cost us $600. And, you know,
we might lose half of them.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And in the sense of one of the biggest issues from a medical standpoint, from my past history, amongst the older population is a sense of isolation leading to depression, which means our EMS people are making calls. There's a spillover, ripple effect. So I would like to make a motion that we do not move forward with any additional administrative or financial burden placed on our elder community.
All right, so do I have a second for that motion? And then Jean has a, okay, Tom, you just seconded?
He said exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, okay. All right, so further discussion on this?
Well, it'd be great to tell all the seniors within 30 miles to come and use the senior center for free, but I go back to our town taxpayers. Many who are seniors have paid those two budgets for 40-plus years, and, yeah, I think it's a benefit for people from other towns to be able to come here, a benefit they don't get in their own town because their own taxpayers are providing a facility or a space for them there, so.
Well, all right. Well, it's been out there and 13 people showed up over the last year. So I think Clark's point's well taken that the benefits far outweigh the $500 that we might be able to raise from these 13 individuals.
If I could just add that I think that you made a point earlier that while they're here using our senior center, they're likely grocery shopping, they might be gassing up their car, they might be utilizing a mechanic that's in town. They are certainly contributing to our economy, and I would venture to say that those 13 people paid $520 into the Bennington economy over the year.
I also want to give the public an opportunity to comment. There may be some people here who, have very strong feelings about this or not. But anyone, yeah. All right, I'm gonna start back here because I know, I saw somebody in the back of the room. Hi, Deb. Hi.
Debbie Matt in Bennington. The Senior Center Meals on Wheels is my second home. My kids call, and it's like, Ma, you're not home. And I said, nope, I'm at my other home. I agree with Clark. I do not believe there should be a charge for the people coming to use the center. You may have 13 people on your list that are from out of town, but a lot of those are not frequent visitors. And a lot of what the senior center does is, it's not so much like the bone builders. They may not be doing all the exercises or even doing them properly, but at least they're out of their house, they're there having conversations, and if you don't show up without telling somebody you're not coming, somebody's going to be looking for you. So we walk here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and it's the same thing. It's, sometimes I just end up poking around here because it's a conversation with somebody. And they're up and out and having the conversation, and it is very helpful for so many of these older people. And I have to tell you, they pick on me because I'm the baby.
Thank you. Ned?
Is on the reserve?
No, it can't be on the reserves. We've already passed that, sorry.
Can I talk on reserves at some point?
Yeah, let's finish this topic and then you can say what you want. Yeah, go. Jason, okay.
And Jason Frederickson, Bennington, Vermont. I jumped up only because I'm like, well, wow, in my tenure at the Bennington Museum, I've had at least 4, if not 5 volunteers that come in all sweaty to show up for their shift at my museum to help at visitor services. One of the things that I'm very concerned about in hearing some of the conversation was about taking services away from anybody and creating an economic barrier that wasn't there in the past, and now charging for a service that sometimes people truly depend on. The other thing is that at least 3 of those volunteers do not live in Bennington.
Okay.
They volunteer at my business, they contribute to our area, they go to Dunkin' Donuts on the regular, and all the above.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great, okay. All right, let's finish this conversation, and then Ned, we'll go back to you. I'm sorry I did not do that. All right, any other comment from public or board on
the motion?
On the motion that's on the floor.
I'll just remind everyone, we have all of these pilot projects starting in the town of Bennington and going forward. It may not be what you thought you were going to end up with at the senior center, but...
Can you, I have no idea what you're talking about. What pilot projects?
Oh, there's lots of pilot projects being planned for Bennington County and our area.
Like what? I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, that's all right.
No, I'm serious.
Well, I thought that the 2 years ago, the Bennington County, what is the group that was created at Bennington College?
I'm not sure what it has to do with
Are you
the
talking
motion.
about the regenerative food?
No.
Kappa?
No.
No.
Project Alliance, yes.
Oh, it didn't start at Bennington College. It just met there. Okay.
Well, but that's where the meeting was.
Project Alliance.
Isn't Project Alliance working on a lot of different things?
No, they're specifically working on how to provide wraparound services to those most in need and doing it in a comprehensive way so we build safety and health in the community. That's what they work on.
Okay.
Okay, so did we vote? No.
We're about to.
No, okay. All those in favor of the motion to not change anything, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
No.
All right. Any abstentions? No. Okay. All right. The ayes have it.
Mr. Perkins.
Now, let's go back. Ned, please, and I apologize. The reserve wasn't a vote, so it didn't feel like it needed additional input. Do you have a statement that you're reading?
Ned Perkins, Bennington. Just on the reserves, Stu was kind enough to send me a copy of the reserve list, and I went through it, and I thought what you did was great. My only comment is if we're going to use reserves as money that the town paid, we paid for this money in years past, and we're holding it in a separate pocketbook. And we've got $5 million in 49 different funds that we're saving, the rainy day funds, for future use. So if we use it today, why don't we, instead of adding it to the budget, subtract the amount? If we have a budget line item and we use some of the reserve funds, we actually can decrease the taxes that we need to raise this year rather than increase it. And also, this year, we're budgeting to add another $267,000 in new reserves. And I just think you really ought to look at some of these and see if we really need to add $2,000 for solid waste, $10,000 for miscellaneous contingencies. So, I think we could save some money. I went through everything myself, and I tried to map, like you did, to specific line items. And I think we could save, over $150,000 by utilizing the reserves instead of budgeted money. And I think we could save another $150,000 by skinnying down the new reserves. So let me just hand out this spreadsheet.
Thank you.
But certainly, we've got the fireworks money we could spend. There's the Bennington and Bloom. We have funds for that, which is duplicated in new tax money. Some of the monies, like we have funds for the splash pad or the dog park or the canine fund. What if we used 10% of those monies every year to pay for utilities and mowing the lawn, dog food, whatever? Why don't we, utilize this money and see how we can save some money? This is, affordability is the big topic this year. And it sounds like we're going to get a 10% tax increase from the schools, and we have over 6% from the town. This is going to be a real challenge, I think, to get this budget passed. And I think if you could take some of these recommendations, maybe take $300,000 off of this, it might be worth looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ned. So I'll start off by responding, and Melissa, you might have to give your spiel. So first of all, reserves are for a very specific purpose, and Melissa has drilled this into our heads. When you anticipate expenses, rather than have those expenses come due all in one year, you start saving, so you only have to save a little bit, and you keep your budget as flat as possible. And I don't know if you saw, but Melissa just did this. So that is the essence of what we're doing. Now, to be good stewards, the reason we have so many reserves is that they are specific. We can't say, oh, we like the dog park line item, we're going to move that over to plant more lilacs. We can't do that. It is money that came to us either from individuals or through grants or something else that is specific. So we do not have that kind of flexibility. They are not rainy day funds. They are funds that are keeping, Ned, please sit down. Please sit down. They are not rainy day funds. They are funds that we are accumulating over time to keep our tax rate as even as we possibly can. It is an amazingly physically responsible thing that we are doing. And I do not want anyone to think that it is otherwise. It is not because we're like, oh, let's save money because maybe we'll go to Europe next year. That is not what this is. These are very specific reserves that we are slowly building so that we do not use the taxpayers' money irresponsibly. And I would say affordability is the key word every single year. It is not just this year. I think last year might have been, last year was really, really tough. Like, you can't compare years, but affordability is what we do every year. And so we have, on occasion, had to use money that we really didn't want to buy something new that we didn't expect. And thank goodness that money was there. But I want to be really, really clear that this is not just like play money. This is money to keep our tax rate as low as it can be and have us save money over time rather than having to pay the $150,000 all at one fell swoop. So that's all I want to say.
Let me just say that reserve funds reserve is a tool in fiscal management. It is a part of any responsible budgeting that is not short-term. And for those who may be confused by the word reserve, it is not extra money. It is not in case. In some cases, it is in case because we are anticipating the in case to be likely. I run a very large company with lots of money in reserve, and it's a necessary tool in responsible management.
Anyone else want to speak to this?
Yes. Just for my own edification, these reserves, are they in any sort of interest-bearing account, so to speak, or is this just designated funds that sit in our general reserve that we don't touch, that we have, like you said, X millions of dollars set aside, broken down into these reserves? I'm
Melissa,
sorry.
please stand up.
I made a promise not to do this to you, Melissa. I'm sorry.
So currently, no, these reserves all listed here are not in a certain CD or anything earning money. There are a couple that have been, and one that currently is, the reappraisal funds, which is per state statute, and nothing that we can touch for quite a long time. I have been carrying in a CD that is, planned for that up until the time that we expended the ARPA funds on payroll and benefits per that resolution. That was in a named CD, but any of our other funds that we have available to us to the ability of our cash flow, I am keeping in CDs while that is favorable, or along with the treasurer, I shouldn't say just me. The treasurer and I work on that together.
Okay, great. I just wanted to get an opportunity to help ourselves.
So we are making money while we accumulate money.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good question. Anything else on reserves? Okay. So Ned, that's really where we are. So it's a misconception to assume this is slush fund money or something like that. Yeah. I'm going to let you have one more bite at the apple, which is unusual, but come on back up, and then we're done, hopefully.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree that reserves are important. I just think that sometimes we get these reserves, and I'm treasurer of organization, and we have reserves, and they're, they can be, they can be held in your financials for years and without using them because they become, antique or whatever. But some of these things like, the Bennington in Bloom, what are we saving it for?
Do you want to speak to Bennington and Bloom?
Yeah, well, Bennington Bloom, as I said early on, this is a snapshot in time. Bennington and Bloom costs us about $26,000 a year. Perhaps a little more than that, depending on the contract. We receive donations to support Bennington and Bloom. Those donations go into the general revenue on an annual basis. These funds are then spent down over the 2 fiscal years that Bennington and Bloom covers, because Bennington and Bloom starts in the spring, which is the end of one fiscal year, completes in the fall, which is the beginning of the next fiscal year. These funds will most likely be pretty much depleted by the time the contract, that annual contract, is over. That's why I say it's a snapshot in time.
Okay.
So there's not a line item for, this is the line item essentially for Bennington.
We have a line item in the budget, in the general fund budget for Bennington and Bloom, that we budget every year. Much like some of the other contracts we have, because we're building the budget for beginning July 1, we're basing our budget on what we think the cost will be. When we ultimately get the contract, it may be more.
Yep, okay.
But we do fundraise to support Bennington and Bloom. Those monies move into a reserve because we carry them from one fiscal year into the next. So that most likely that one will be expended.
So Ned,
I'll tell you what I'd like to do is...
things like the...
So Ned, I'm going to stop you.
Yes, one more, just like the canine fund. Why don't, we have a great dog, everybody loves it, everyone gave money for the dog, so how do we spend it? You've obviously have annual costs for the dog, the police does. Everyone gave money for the dog. How does it get spent?
And that falls to the chief of police, and he does use these funds for some of the expenditures that are necessary for the dog. We also budget a small amount, as you've noted in your work here, for operating supplies that may not be standard operating supplies, and so we'll use these funds as we move on. But what I'd like to do, Ned, is I'm going to take your work and give it a look-see and try to get back to you and let you know where we think we agree, and we do, because some of those you've already pointed out we're going to be using, but I'd like to do that.
Sure. Okay. So, all right, so reserves are settled, senior center is settled. The outstanding tasks before we get to salaries are really looking at the requests that we've gotten for additional funding. I think we brought up 2 areas for the police department. One was the $1,500 that they cut out for training, which from what we see for Monday's agenda, CPARB, that $1,500 might be
It was 35.
It's 3,500, sorry. 3,500, whether, I don't know if that's the right amount or not, but whether we want to put in some training funds for CPARB, because they have not had training this year. And then also the discussion about dispatch. Is there anything that we can do about dispatch this year? Is that just a pinch point? And then we have requests from the McCullough Library for $2,000. We have requests from the rescue squad for $18,000. So there, and then we have just the general requests from the other organizations that we heard from today, including Bennington Free Library, Lake Perrin, and the Regional Commission and the Village, which are sort of standard. Those two are standard. So where would you like to start in terms of discussion on these outstanding items? At the top?
Yeah, I was about to say, that's probably the easiest thing, start at the top and work down, right?
Okay, the top is the Bennington Police Department. So training funds, so there's $35,000 that. $3,500, boy, I'm just gonna. You're like 40. All right, so $3,500. I'm trying to remember when we've had, in the first year when we did training, in the second year, there was a couple thousand. I mean, I don't know that we need $3,500, but I think we do need something.
Clark has his hand.
Yeah, Clark. Oh, good.
I'm sorry.
What?
Go ahead. Anticipated turnover on CPAR in the coming year, what is that?
It's worse than that, actually. It's 2, but the problem is that the 3, correct me if I say this incorrectly, Kelly, but the 3 original members have been fully trained. The other 4 have not.
Currently serving members.
So all 4 of those have not done dispatch or ride-alongs yet, and at least one of them has not had sort of the full-blown. The newest member has not had the full-blown.
A lot of the classroom, but the mobile, the ride-alongs and the dispatch and stuff.
The other piece, which has become very apparent, just having casual conversations with folks, is that sort of as short a period as it's been, the history of sort of why CPAR evolved into the organization it is being lost over time. So there needs to be some of that sort of, here's why you're here, here's what you can do, here's what we're working for with a charter change, that piece is also sort of, it gets dull in your mind. So we should have turnover of 2 folks this next year. So we'll have 2 people that will be brand new, but the most recent person is essentially brand new. Potentially. Oh, right. They could decide to keep their positions, right? Yeah. So, but there's a fair amount of training needed. Not that it would necessarily cost any money for the dispatch and the ride-alongs.
In fact, most of the training that is being provided now is being provided by in-house staff.
Yeah, I think there's real value to having outside folks come in, though. I do. Not necessarily a lot, but I think, because I think it becomes insular if the police department is the organization that's training the CPARB on how to think about review boards. Go ahead.
For me, I'm taking a more of a philosophical approach. If we all believe, and I think we all do, believe in the importance of CPARB, we need to put some money behind it.
So are you saying the whole 35?
I'm fine with $3,500.
Okay, all right. Does any other thoughts on that?
I just have a thought.
Yeah,
Tom,
Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I was at I think it was the last CPART meeting, the chief was speaking, and he was talking about training budgets, and he was expressing that the previous trainings had been taken out of his budget, and he wished there would be a separate line item for the CPART training, and I don't disagree with him. It probably makes the record keeping easier, certainly. And I think $3,500 is, if we don't use it all, then we can adjust it later budgets. But I think that's probably a reasonable amount at this point.
Okay. Anyone else? Nancy? No thoughts? Okay.
So I have a thought.
Okay.
And this is, I don't know how you tie this to dollars and cents. Kelly, I'm looking at you because you probably, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask Kelly for an opinion on this, but last meeting that I was in where CPARB was the topic, you and I sat together at the police station, and we overheard the chief tell us that staffing has gotten, lack of staffing has gotten in his way in terms of training sitting CPARB members. So we may be talking about training that we need to and should pay for that is coming from an outside source, and I think we're hearing that that's important, but that doesn't change the fact that we need to somehow pursue the in-the-field training, I guess, that is provided by staff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think that they...
She needs to
Kelly,
get
you
the
should
mic.
probably come up.
Sorry.
Not even should, you should come up.
Sorry.
Do come up. Yeah. And introduce yourself, please.
Kelly Carroll, resident of Bennington and chair of Bennington's Community Policing Advisory Review Board. I want to make it very clear I'm not speaking for the chief. But what I believe they do is they just kind of absorb everything that we do, and I don't think that they, and maybe they did, like when Michelle came in, they may allocate a certain amount of dollars, to that or anything, but I think that they just absorb it. And if you recall, when you first established us, you brought Brian Core in to train us, and that was at like 10 grand.
That was over a year, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it worked over, he did several different things, but we've been without a budget. We just try to do everything that we can without cost. I know Michelle and I have spoken about implicit bias training for the board, but we can't find anybody who does that with no fee. We were very fortunate that we had Bruce Lee Clark come in and give us a training that he didn't charge us for on conducting listening sessions. But that is a gap, and I think also when you do bring new board members on, there's no real clear, and I don't want to get off topic and I apologize, but there's no real clear plan on how you orientate a new board member. I was told the town's going to do it, the town's going to do it, the town's going to do it, but there's a lot of things that haven't happened and a lot of gaps. So I think that might be an opportunity for the board across all of their boards to look at. Is there like an orientation checklist and stuff like that? And you may have it, and I apologize, but I don't, so we just try to wing in. And so we've been trying to educate based on notes that we got from Brian Core or, literature or presentations that he did and stuff. So I think that that's an opportunity. I also know that, over the last few years, the police department has had $18,500 in their budget for training. Last year it got cut $3,500, you put it back. This year it got cut $3,500. And I know they haven't used all of it, but I think some of that has to do with their open positions, and they are going to have to do that. And don't cut the training short. The community policing is more expensive than the traditional policing, and there's constant changes and involvement. There's new trainings for the officers, and so don't sell that short, because that's going to pay for itself in the long run.
Thanks.
Don't
I think
disappear yet.
we should
Don't
be
go
able to
away yet.
find implicit bias training, because we've done them recently. So I'm a little stunned that
It's about cost.
It's about cost per person.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking I thought the implicit bias training that Jude did could have included outside board members. So I'm a little surprised. Yeah.
It's a cost per person.
I know,
and we
but she did it. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Couldn't we have
We've
put
had
more
it.
people in the room?
Yeah, I think we could have. But anyway, so that's for
Stuff like
us to
that.
figure
Yep.
out. I appreciate it. That's good.
So
Okay.
Kelly, before you go away, we're batting around $3,500. From the chair's perspective, the chair of that group, is that the right number for us to be batting about?
Well, the 3,500 just came up because that was your standard, that was your flat budget line item. I don't know what their training costs are per hour or what they figure. I don't know if you have an estimate on that, but I will tell you there was probably a good 40 hours per person for training for CPARB to get them up and going between, all of the things that you can and can't do, the ride-alongs, the open meeting, and everything like that. So I think that cost is probably been there, it's just not itemized out. So it was just an opportunity to talk about that, because when CPARB does need something, we go to Stu, and whatever we need comes out of general funds, so.
And this is a silly question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I'm sure we're taking advantage of VLCT in any case where we can. You mentioned open meeting law training. That's something that...
Well, Merrill does that. You can get some with the VLCT. Some of their stuff is pricey, but we can go through the town's thing, but yes.
Yeah. Some of those resources are there and part of our membership is what my point is.
But Merrill does some of this stuff.
Yes.
Merrill's been our best resource for that.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. That is helpful. So it sounds like 3,500 might be a good place to start this year and just see what needs to be done. Are we in agreement that feels okay? I'm looking at you, Nancy.
Well, no, I'm just going to say, before and after the CPARP was created, the one question I did ask, what will the cost be to the taxpayers? Because I believe we're one of the few towns in the entire country with a CPARP. So I would just like to be able to keep track. If they're asking Stu, well, that's fine, just make sure it's on paper so we can see and track what we're paying.
So right now, our outside costs have been for consulting with Brian Coor.
But in recent fiscal years, it's been zero.
Well, they're only 3 years old.
Right.
So, yeah.
First year was 10,000, year 2 and 3.
Well, 10,000 sort of slopped.
Okay.
Yeah. So
when somebody new came on, they had 2 new people, I believe.
They didn't get trained.
They didn't get trained.
So what we're talking about is we've got to do some. Yes, that's what the conversation is. So we're trying to figure out. Let's put 3,500 in the budget for right now, just to okay. So that's a possibility right now. All right.
And that'll be a separate line item?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be putting in that training line that now says 0, it would be putting that back in. Okay.
Here, at the risk of reactivating a dead horse.
Okay.
The idea of maybe a reserve dedicated issue with training.
I cannot believe you're saying that out loud.
I waited till Ned left. No, I only say that in the sense that, we were throwing around numbers, how when we had Brian and all these other people coming along, and as we know with this new state ethics law and all sorts of stuff coming down the pipe, we may all of a sudden discover that, and again, aspirationally, we may discover that all of a sudden we're $8 or $9 grand in the hole for mandatory training. So, just throwing it out there. I'm not proposing to do it, but it's something that I think
it's a very good point.
It's a great idea. If the board was going to put the 3,500 in, we put it in under the training budget, but place it in the transfer to reserve, so that if we use it, it doesn't transfer. If we don't use it, it transfers into the reserve.
That's a great idea. Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We're going to refer it as the Clark Fund. Okay.
I tell you, I'm going to revive that dead horse.
Could you please remember that next year when we're talking about reserves?
What is this reserve? Okay, so, all right, so great. Okay, so next thing we wanted to revisit was whether there was anything that could be done about the dispatch issue, or if that's just something that we have to live with another year and see what happens with the rescue squad and some kind of consolidation.
I'd like to get behind larger rescue squad consolidation discussions. Clark, you're the current liaison to that group. You may have some opinion on it. I don't know that there is a budget answer, because we're just moving dollars from one organization that relies on tax funding to another.
Briefly spoke with Bill, and one of the last meetings I went to there, actually, we're having some discussions in terms of regionalization, even in terms of dispatch, how when our vehicle is going to Albany, how Cambridge or Pownell or whatever. So I think they're already creeping toward regionalization. We're already doing regionalization. It's just a handshake and a nod now.
That's mutual aid.
Well,
No,
but
that's
it's still,
mutual aid,
I understand that, but it still falls in the same realm that we're working together with other organizations. And, I think the idea of formalizing it can't harm us. The idea of moving money from our left pocket to our right pocket and saying, gee, how much money we saved?
Yeah.
We give 18 grand to the rescue squad and they give 18 grand to the chief. You know, that seems almost fortuitous, but to say we're saving money or whatever, but it's almost, in my mind, the cost of doing business. We have an emergency medicine system, and it doesn't work unless I pick up the phone and call 911, but at the same time, we're saying by doing that, I'm hampering the system fiscally. So I don't have a good answer as to how we can say we're going to give you an extra 18 grand, but we're going to charge you another 20 for the service that we're asking you to perform.
Well, why don't we link these two? I mean, so let's talk a bit about the rescue squad as well. They've asked for $18,000, which weirdly is the amount of money that they pay to dispatch every year. It's like, what?
Is that 18,000?
Yeah, isn't it? Did I do the math wrong?
610 minus 246, that's 18-ish. You're right.
Okay.
I didn't have my calculator. I didn't trust it.
Yeah, no, I think it's exactly 18,000, but, so they're asking for $18,000 more.
Even though they've been paying $18,000 right along to the police department, and the chief told us that it cost the police department more than $18,000 to deal with the calls. Is that what I understand? Yeah,
but the deal is they're asking for $264,610, which is $18,000 more than last year. I mean, that's,
But my point is,
I think it's just.
Last year they paid $18,000 out of their 246.
Right, and so what they're saying is that their costs are going up, like everybody else, and their reserves are, and their savings are down.
Yeah.
This is a tough one for me because I feel like for the last at least 3 years, every year they come, we say, we don't just want to hear that you are struggling when you come to us in budget. Like, work with us. We need you. And there was a meeting in June that, I think it was June, that Stu, Ed, and I went to with the rescue squad to talk about what they might do, and I thought we walked away with some sort of next steps, which we're still working on those next steps.
Yeah, I haven't moved on the dime.
I really think that, the board needs to decide whether or not it wants to award an additional $18,000 to the rescue squad, just based on whether or not you want to award $18,000 to the rescue squad. I think that the issues of consolidation, those kinds of things, we've got to get together with the regional commission, start talking seriously about consolidation. I've had some conversations with Bill, and we've talked a little bit about it in general, but his fear, I think, is true. If the rescue squad is the one that proposes the consolidation, the other rescue squads will feel that it's just an absorption, not a cooperation. And so I think he's right, Bill is right. I think the municipalities need to be the ones that begin to draw that or drive that process.
I mean, that's fine. I think I have an increasing level of frustration with the fact that the only time we have this conversation is at budget time, when we're asking for more money.
I'm frustrated as well because this has not changed in the year and a half that I've been on this board. So I'll do my part to see it through now and begin the conversation, Stu. But I want to point out that the rescue squad is asking for $18,000 more without an increased dispatch cost because the police department did not bill the rescue squad an increase and said they weren't going to.
That's correct.
For this fiscal year?
Right. For this coming fiscal year.
Yeah, we're not planning to change the contract with the rescue squad at the present time, but I think if there is some movement to look at a more cooperative approach to the whole dispatch issue, I think Bill made some good points about municipalities that benefit from our dispatch center that don't pay into it. I agree with Nancy on that.
Yep. And who initiates that conversation? Is that the town?
I think the town, we're going to have to be the ones to initiate that conversation.
Right, so that's another feet to the fire. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to point out, the rescue squad asked for $18,000. That doesn't mean we have to give them nothing or $18,000. We can give them however much we decide to give them, if any.
Right, and my point was that the 18,000, I believe, if coming from Bill, is not related to dispatch costs.
I agree.
It is related to other operating expense growth.
It just happens to be the same number.
Happens to be.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Excuse me, didn't Bill actually, with the information he provided, report basically increased utilization and demand within the community in the past year?
Every year he says that, yes.
And it's almost ridiculous. Everything costs more every year. The very nature of their service, it equals the basic obligation of all government, the health and safety of our people.
Yeah.
So I'm hard pressed to consider not funding them to the fullest extent we can fiscally do safely, because there's no price you can put on somebody's life in this town.
Well, while that is true, they are also, they don't have the budget surplus that they don't have the savings that they used to have.
Correct.
Right? And we're not able to fund them at the level that that would actually take them out of.
Oh no, I'm not advocating that we fund them as an operating entity, but my concern is, again, as he mentioned, they've got like a 3-month operating surplus. I pray we'll never get to the point where they have to talk about taking vehicles off the road or laying crews off. But I just am hard pressed to not recognize that everything costs more, and we all, healthcare costs more. And as Bill said, and as I'm familiar with, the most expensive medicine is in the emergency room and up in the ICU. And how do you get there? You get there by the EMS. So it's the portal to the most expensive care in the country.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I was on the board at the time they went from an organization, correct me, Stu, that got 25,000 from on the, what was their, before they were in the budget. They got something like 25,000 from us or something, and it increased, when they became, and they petitioned.
When they were a volunteer organization, they did not receive any support from the town of Bennington. They relied entirely on donations from the communities that they served. When they came to us the first time, it was a relatively low amount. Ultimately, they got up into the $200,000 range, and the voters approved it.
Yeah.
And it was at that point that you folks decided to bring them into the budget so that you could have these conversations on an annual basis.
So what I'm saying is that within my select board lifetime, they went from getting zero funds to 25,000 to over almost 200 to 250,000. So we have, I will say, the taxpayers have. And this is not to say that we shouldn't support them, but it's to recognize that the level of support that this town is giving the rescue squad over the last 10 years has dramatically increased. So it's just something, I think it's just something for us to keep in our heads. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think there's any question that the town has supported them very well. And, but my thing is, and I have a bias, and it's emergency medicine, it's kind of my bailiwick, but our current circumstance, I can't even fathom the idea of reduced services being in this community on the EMS level.
Knowing that could happen with no action on their part.
Well, this is a two-way street. I'm not putting them off the hook. We'll do our part, and as Jeannie said, and you have mentioned, we need to still see Bill more often, and we need to see a plan to move forward.
My point was that they are at risk of having to stop billing because of a random audit that could come up with no fault or action taken on their part. It could be completely random, and if that happened, our community would be at risk.
Correct, yeah. Even for hospitals, those Medicare, Medicaid audits are can be a death knell. I've been in offices where, they get a check, you owe the government $1 million.
Sounds counterintuitive, doesn't it?
It does, but as he mentioned, the idea that he's paying Medicare for the privilege of providing care and billing. Right. So, again, I know there was a discussion last year of us communicating to our congressional representation to address some of these inequities or obtuse kind of decisions.
And he actually sent us something that we put in the minutes a couple meetings ago about legislation. Well, I guess it's dead legislation now, but was live legislation a few months ago. Yeah. So our choices here are they're asking for $18,000. As Jean has said, we could fund them at a lower amount. As Clark has said, it's hard not to fund them at the full amount, given their service to the community. Does anyone want to make a motion for any of those for further discussion?
I make a motion that we fund the requested amount with the understanding that...
Can't do that. You can't.
I recommend that I make a motion that we fund the requested amount with the proviso that the rescue squad and its executive committee may come to us quarterly and discuss their efforts to increase their financial health and stability.
You can't do that.
There's no
it's
conditional budgeting.
There's no conditional budget.
Yeah, it's because you can't, there's no way to pull some of it out.
Do you want to alter your motion?
Okay, I'll alter to say that I recommend we fund as requested.
For discussion, I'm going to second that because I've sat in the room with that squad, as I know Clark has. My disappointment comes from the fact that we're sitting here at the beginning of budget negotiations, but I don't want our ambulance service to be unfunded.
Right.
So the motion has been seconded that we fund them at the ask.
All right, further discussion.
I think we should note that Bill's done a pretty good job of getting creative in terms of cutting his costs. I think going to the smaller ambulances and so forth has been a good move, and I think he's done a fairly good job with the money that he's been given, considering the shortfalls that they're facing, but they can't continue forever to have these red lines at the bottom of their budget every year. So I think getting the BCRC involved in that conversation, as we talked about today, is a step in the right direction. So I would support funding them this year as requested.
I think since we're in discussion, I want to second what Tom just said. I think it's a well-managed organization. The piece that is lacking is the piece that we are learning about today. I hadn't heard Bill say before that it would be inappropriate for the entity itself to spearhead conversations about the future. And we've been talking about that for a year and a half. And Stu, the fact that you confirmed that is helpful to me. I sat on that board as a liaison for a year and struggled through and thought that they would be the group to take it further. And we're learning now that it's not them. That's part of the reason that I'm in support of the ask.
Anyone else? Nancy, any thoughts?
Some comments.
All right. Okay, please. Shirley, then Kelly.
Shirley Adams, Bennington. This won't solve the problem, but is there any way the town in its festivals can help them do fundraising? I know they have a donation program, but can we encourage them to have a booth and do some, stand in the middle of the intersection with their fire boot or something? Just an idea.
Okay, thank you.
I see EMS volunteer as your next T-shirt.
She's great at outreach.
Hi, Kelly Carroll, Bennington. The 18,000 concerns me, but I don't think that we really have a choice. I think we do have to fund our EMS. The part that just as a taxpayer that concerned me, not that I know they're a nonprofit, but he said that they had to use $180,000 from their contingency reserve fund, and they're down to 3 months. And I don't know, you may have the details, none of my business, on that, but I don't know what that $180,000 was for. And they're asking for $264,000 this year. So is there a risk that that $264,000 is actually going to be a net, and then they're going to come back next year and say, hey, listen, our 3 months are gone, and now we need $350,000. So I think it's great to request them to come back quarterly and explain some of that. This is not anything against Bennington Rescue Squad or anything, but I do tend to get a little bit concerned when we do talk about some of the nonprofits, because sometimes some of them don't sharpen their pencils quite.
Let's just stick with this one.
Okay,
Let's just stick with this one.
So I don't know what they have on that as far as like how sharp their pencils are or anything like that, and my concern is that they're going to come back next year and be not solvent at all, and then we're going to have a larger one. So I do think you have to do the 18,000, but I think it's great that you're going to try to get them to come back quarterly.
Thank you. I don't know that we need to do the 18,000. I think we do have choices. And yes, when they first came to us saying that when they first came into the budget that first year, they were saying, yeah, we have a couple million, but we need it in reserve, and now they're down to a quarter or a third, whatever it is. So, so we've watched over the years and our 18,000 obviously is not going to dig them out of a hole. It's a pittance, and, and as they tell us every year, we're not actually pulling our full weight. If we were paying for the volume of calls coming from Bennington, we would be paying a higher percentage. So, other communities are perhaps picking up some of that slack, although we do the dispatch, which, yeah. So,
Jeannie?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just getting my terminology straight in my head. When you're speaking reserve, you're not speaking about their endowment.
Yeah,
We are.
You
That
are.
is their
Okay,
endowment,
that's a very different.
which was millions, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait
Yeah.
a minute, what?
That's
Wait,
different.
they still have that?
No, they're down, no, that's what they're talking about.
I thought
It's
they
the
were
same.
almost,
It's
it's
the
almost
same.
gone.
Okay.
Yeah,
It really should be called endowment.
Yeah, I think at some point it
It
got called a
was.
reserve, maybe it was an
I
endowment.
can't
but
find
it
my
is an
paperwork on
endowment.
them. What is their, so, okay.
They just tell us it's down to a third.
Okay.
So I assume, well, you know what?
Wait a minute, though. How much do they have right now?
You know what? That is an actually really good question, because Jim Carroll was always the person who asked, and what is your endowment?
Right.
As opposed to what are your reserves?
Right,
So-
and there are laws guiding how much of your endowment you can use per year. I don't know what they are, and I don't know how they figure out that number.
I thought the number
but-
we were talking is all they had left.
Well, and you know what, Jim, this was a place where Jim actually was
Well, if
always on
they're
it.
sitting on a couple $1 million.
We don't know that, So that's the investment withdrawal per policy, non-operating income. I'm looking to see. I think that for whatever reason, we don't generally get that information, and Jim would ask it every year.
I seem to remember, I don't know how many years ago, their endowment was upwards of $3 million.
It was, yeah, it was several million.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a balance sheet.
I think that they've never provided that information to us.
I'm concerned that we don't have a balance sheet.
And there should be an interest line that they're drawing on that endowment.
Yeah. That heightens that, when I heard that, thank you, Jeannie, it clicked in my mind, operational reserve versus an endowment. We need to clarify.
Because they're talking about reserve, not endowment.
Right, so that's what we need to clarify.
Well, I thought
If he
that's all
says
they
we
have
have an
left to do
operational
with
reserve
endowment.
of 3 months versus
I think that's
an
where
endowment.
I think that's where we always went, and, okay, so somebody has to be assigned that question next year, because...
The 15th, at our next meeting, I talked to Bill.
No, but I'm
15th,
just
I'll be
saying,
there.
that was Jim Carroll's question.
Well, wait, we don't want to know that now.
Well, we can't. They're not here.
Call him up, somebody's got the phone number.
Can I point out on the fiscal 26 budget, they are expecting to be 162,000 in the hole, to Jean's point, with our full support, right?
my municipal funding is 300, that includes our 260 whatever. So they're already anticipating being 161,598 in the red.
Which means they're planning to take from...
Which means they're planning to draw down their investments another $144,000. We got a problem here, guys.
They got the endowment from everybody that donated.
I'm concerned that we're confusing endowment and reserve.
I think so. So Stuart, can we, you need these decisions for Monday, right? And we're over.
We are way over.
We we will sign the warning on the 27th.
Okay.
So
I'm really not comfortable voting on this.
Okay, so then I think,
agree.
okay, so I think, Stuart, can you reach out to the rescue squad director and ask him for additional information clarifying what's endowment and what is reserve, what they're calling reserves?
On a clearly labeled balance sheet, I would think.
And income from the endowment.
I mean, in the 990 form, first page that they filed with us, they show total assets of $5.6 million.
Okay.
That includes non-cash assets.
Is that trucks? Yeah.
Trucks, buildings, yes. Yeah.
It's all their assets, yeah.
So I'm asking, can you, so for Monday, can you provide that? And maybe what we want to do is amend Monday's agenda to add this item so we can discuss it with some clarity?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you agree? Oh, yeah. I withdraw my motion pending Monday's activities.
Yeah.
I withdraw my second. I think I made the second.
Okay. All right. So we're moving on. Let's see. Can we look at library? John McCullough, Free Library, is asking for $2,000 more this year. What are people's thoughts?
I move that we grant the $2,000 request.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. No abstentions. Okay. Thank you, and sorry to make you stay this long. Good Lord.
Have a muffin.
Or two.
They're really good.
All right. Let's see. Any concern with North Bennington Recreation?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Never voted on the police additional 3,500.
Thank you. All right. Can I have a motion to add 3,500 to the training budget?
I move that we add a line item of $3,500 to CPARB in the budget.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Any
Melissa
discussion?
has something. You have
More
something?
discussion?
Melissa? I'm sorry.
Transfer, it'll show as a transfer. It'll show as a transfer to reserve. The account number will be 4130.840.
Thank you.
Okay. Because it's a reserve, because it's a transfer to reserve.
Right. If we don't use it, whatever's left over will go to the reserve.
okay.
This will show up in the warning as training monies for the PD in their budget.
For the CPARB.
But we understand what the use is, but the line item is training, 4130.
Okay. And it can't say CPARB?
I suppose it could.
Yeah,
It'd be nice.
What I had written down is that I would put police training as the name of the reserve.
So our concern is that it really is not police training, it really is CPARB training?
Yeah.
We can do that.
Okay.
We'll highlight it somehow.
Okay, all right. In 20 years, we want them to know it's CPARB training. Okay, so any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Nancy
Thank you,
Lively.
Nancy. I checked it off. All right, so any concern? Okay, are we okay?
North Bennington Recreation you were on.
Yeah, North Bennington Recreation, which is the village's the 6,000 to the village? Any concern there? Okay. Regional Commission fees, I'm assuming we have no concern there?
No.
Okay. Lake Perrin Recreation?
I have a concern.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, can we just wait and see what their plan is in a couple of months?
Nope. We allocate or not.
I didn't know if you could take it out of,
There's
what's
no
that,
conditional
$10,000?
No. Someone want to make a motion for something?
I move that we deny their request for funding this year.
Okay.
Second.
Discussion? All right.
It really disappoints me that we would have to do that, but we didn't get any of the important questions that we asked today answered. And I just, unfortunately, because of that, I think it would be irresponsible of us to extend the funding. And that really, it really makes me sad about that, but I think that's the best decision we can make.
Echo Tom's last comment, but his previous comment identifying that in terms of priorities, an event that cost the life of a child didn't make it onto their priorities to be addressed, which I find worrisome. Maybe it's just an administrative oversight, but I kind of see that as symptomatic of something, so I can't support the funding at this point.
I'd like it on record that I see the Lake Perrin as a tremendous asset to this community, and the reason that I'm voting to deny funding is because of exactly what we've talked about. I'm very disappointed that I have to vote no.
I echo that. I was on the Lake Perrin board for many years, and I think it is a real asset, but I think we need to see, they need to take responsibility for really rethinking how they make sure that adults and children are safe at the lake.
I would also like to add, I hope they think long and hard about holding summer camps this summer until they are more than ready to do so safely.
Okay, all in favor of denying funding to Lake Perrin, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. All right. All right. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we go into hopefully a short executive session to set the town manager, town clerk, and treasurer salaries? All right. Then, you're wanting to say something?
Well, I was just going to let you know that Cassie is not in town right now, so she couldn't be here this morning, and the treasurer is actually ill and couldn't be here this morning, so that's why they're not sitting in the audience.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
I know it's okay,
No,
but-
no. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
Well, hopefully they'll both feel better
Well, they're usually
and get back in
here, and
town.
they just-
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
it's
They are.
important to note that for new board members and the public, that those three folks, the town manager is usually with us, the town clerk and the town treasurer are normally in the audience during this hearing, and I appreciate Stu letting us know why they're not.
Okay, so a motion to go into executive session? A comment?
Thank you for...
Oh, okay, we're going to come back. Oh, we are going to actually come back and finish up. Oh, you're not going to stay.
I just only wanted to say thank you so much for denying the funding for Lake Perrin. I didn't realize that was what I wanted to see happen, but working in the nonprofit world, being dependent on public monies and the support, implicit support and trust of the public is so important, and I feel like Lake Perrin is so hard for me to swallow what took place, and I think that as a town, it's a great statement. Come back to us when you have things better prepared and good trust. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jason.
Thank you for saying that. Did we, I don't know where we are. Did we vote?
We have a motion to go into executive
Okay.
session and a second.
Okay. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Thank you. We will come out. executive session?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Yeah, welcome, public. All right.
Thanks for sticking with us, public.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for our last item, Clark is going to share what the board has decided on salaries for the 3 positions we get to set salaries for: town manager, town clerk, and treasurer.
Hi. Good news. So we've decided that Mr. Hurd, our town manager, will receive a 2.5% salary increase based on the very good review he received and coupled with, of course, cost of living issues, which will bring his salary up to $131,672.53 a year is the decided upon salary. And our town clerk, Cassie, also based on her performance. Her salary, again, will be 2.5% increase, bringing her to a salary of $102,954.08 a year. The treasurer salary is a 5% increase in keeping with staff salary increase this year, which increases her salary to $18,680.55 a year. And as you may be aware, that's a part-time position.
Clark, I'm sorry, can you state the treasurer's salary?
The treasurer's salary with a 5% increase is $18,680.55.
Thank you.
And we wish we could give you more.
Yes.
But we'll have to do it in chocolates or something.
That's right. As soon as we get the Ever-Ready building and about 6 other mega businesses in town, with a massive increase in our tax base, we'll remember you, Mr. Hurd.
If I'm still your manager at that point, I'll look forward to it. We do need a motion to accept the budget as amended by today's actions. Oh, we can't do that?
We can't do that. So we'd like to do that. And what I also understand is that when we accept the budget, we need to pull out the Bennington Free Library line item to vote on it separately, because I think Jean had a conversation with you about that, because she's an employee of the budget.
I need to recuse on that line item.
Oh, yes. So when the motion is made, you will recuse on that particular.
Just that line item. Or just vote on that line item separately. I don't know. However you want to do it, I need to recuse.
Okay. You just tell us how we do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yes, so we can't vote the budget
So we'll look to the
today.
13th. Yep.
So just for clarity, we're going to amend Monday's agenda to include that budget vote
Yes.
after we have more information from Bill Carmada.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else that we need to do today? Because we're an hour and 5 minutes over. Thank you, guys.
So far ahead.
I know, that's what we get when we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, third, fourth?
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you all.
Thank you.